the recording is started, and I want to preface this with I want everyone to be grateful because I woke up early on a day I don't have to wake up early. Like the only 2 days I don't have to wake up early in the week just to record this. So everyone better like this one.
What they say is true.
Anyway.
Under the sea.
Hello, how are you? I am under the water. Please help me. Here too much raining.
Some time has passed since incident in the Fortress of Meropide, and your sentence here is almost finished.
Now for a little rest after breakfast.
Wait, did we actually spend our whole sentence here?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Well, I guess if you just left, it would be a bit suspicious to the other inmates, and they'd be like, hang on a minute. Like, how come he gets to leave?
No, but I think they already thought that we escaped.
Oh. No, I thought we just had to, like, get out because of the emergency then. When the emergency, like, quelled,
in the end,
everyone went
there
back
was
to their
like,
lives.
was it the bombshell boys?
The bombshell bros, actually.
Yeah, those two. They were like, "Oh man, we thought you escaped. We were like telling your epic escape story."
Oh. I guess you'd have to rewatch the article for us.
Something important supposed to happen today. Oh, today's our big day. We're supposed to leave the Fortress of Meropide. Come on, we've got to go complete the release procedures now.
Oh, that's good. Oh, fancy. Hello, ma'am. Oh god, what happened to my voice?
Please, sign here. This document will be effective
Suddenly
immediately
corpse
upon
husband.
signing, and you two may exit the Fortress of Meropide through the regular channels.
It's been so long since we've been to the surface. Let's hurry up and...
Oh?
What's happening?
No clue, ma'am. Are you okay?
Yeah, the fortress explodes and everyone fucking dies.
I'm fine.
It's the submarine
I wonder what that
incident on a
tremor
large
was just
scale. It's a real danger though, like water pressure, really deep underwater.
Yeah, like implosion happens in milliseconds. It's not great. But, you know, it's Fontaine. What's the worst that could happen?
A lot, like melting into the water.
Here, Grace?
Ah, good to see you two. Is there something you wish to see me about?
Yeah, what was with that earthquake just now?
Was it worth getting up for him?
That. The tremor didn't originate from the seafloor. In fact, it seems it came from the surface. Over the years of serving as the
Atom
warden
bomb.
here, I've developed a sense for distinguishing between what occurs on the surface and what occurs underwater. Besides, the seal that Monsieur Neuvillette set in place won't fail so easily.
So the fortress is okay?
Suspicious look.
If you recall our last incident, if there really were a problem, there would be crowds of inmates in a panic right now.
Huh. You've got a point. Okay, seems we need to get back up to the surface and ask about what happened.
We're on our
By
way.
the way, do you know what day it is today?
I believe today is this month's pipe cleaning day.
Wait, seriously?
Actually, today's the day we say goodbye to the fortress. It's like a wife saying, actually, today is our anniversary.
Babe, how did you not
Yes.
remember?
Have you completed your release papers?
We were about to. Oh,
They have.
Too. Are you leaving now? That's
yes.
right. Today is our last day in prison. But now that Paimon says that, it doesn't feel like we were confined here. It's actually been pretty nice.
A lot of people have helped us out.
Oh yeah, Paimon feels fond of this place now. Then be sure to come back and visit. I'll miss you.
She's so
If
sweet.
you've signed the
Yeah,
release papers,
but also
then
creepy
you're
as
free to go.
fuck.
I'm going to escort you out.
Her story request is going to be wild. Or her hang out then. Or
I knew
nothing.
you'd ask.
You know.
All right, sure. Let's go.
Well, you actually agreed. No worries. You must be busy. Paimon was just joking.
I wasn't joking.
Ah, so you do have a polite side, I see.
After being down here for so long, I imagine you must feel like you're lacking
Wait, am I
companionship.
recording audio? I am.
Shall I come along too?
Oh, that was close.
I got scared because I couldn't see the graph.
No, it's okay.
Uh,
We'll do graphs, we're fine.
we're only 7 minutes in.
Less than like a whole recording.
No, it's alright. It's not like we'll never visit again.
Don't worry, we'll come back to see you. Paimon really likes the cafeteria here.
Do you
And chefs
know?
sure do know how to make good grub.
I hope
You
you won't
get
be here as convicts
a
the next
free
time I see you.
meal if you're not a convict.
Trouble.
I think so.
Since our work in the Fortress of Mirrorbead is
Or like,
finished,
you don't
that's the
work
end
here
of
either.
another chapter in our journey. And since
don't know.
Paimon was the one who asked us to come, we should probably go report to the Next up, the Palais Mermonia.
You're going to see Monsieur Nervillette? Please pass on our kind regards.
They're so family.
I'm sure just your regards will do, no?
I believe it would be the polite thing to do.
You're right. I've heard the Palais has been terribly busy these days. Tell him that I hope he hasn't been overwhelmed by the recent string of troubles.
Do you think Risley would ride a motorcycle?
Yeah, obviously.
Okay.
Look at him, just look at him. I'm also really upset he doesn't have facial hair in game, because like, come on!
He's a hairy man.
He is! He is!
Him and D-Luke need facial hair.
Yes.
Like, you can't tell me that D-Luke didn't inherit that god-awful goatee from his father.
But he did it so much better.
Yeah, obviously.
And Rising probably has a happy trail as well, and it's like,
Some chest hair, arm
Yes.
hair.
everything, just everything.
He's a hairy man.
He is. He is.
Oh, there's a world quest I can do later.
Oh god, that one's just loads of talking. I just skipped through it.
Always buzzing with activity today.
There's someone getting arrested or something.
Halt! Huh? Oh, it's you two. Apologies. Monsieur Nervillette did say you'd be welcome at any time.
I like her voice
Excuse
so
me.
much.
Would you
I think
mind
it's
helping us
Diona's
have a look
voice
at this
actor, actually.
report?
Oh,
I'll
she's
be right
amazing.
there.
Yeah.
Sorry, I've got my hands full here. But you
You've
can
got
see
such a
yourselves
comfy
in.
voice.
Everyone's so busy. Seems a lot has been happening.
Yeah. It's Fontaine.
It's only getting worse.
Calm down.
Hello. You've come at the right time, but you'll have to wait for
Doing
just
the
a
leg
moment,
crossing.
as there are some urgent matters I must tend to first. In the meantime, please, have a seat. If you'd like to have something to drink, let the Melusine outside know.
That's all right. We just ate.
We always.
Very well, then.
Take a break over here while we wait for him to finish his work.
Nibula ate so hard he started drinking. Water. Sounds wrong.
Yeah. Kaya, though.
All right. I should wrap things up for now.
Mm.
Are you done with your work?
Yes, sorry to keep you waiting.
Did we at least get like a
Today
hairstyle
should be the day
magazine
you were
or
released
something?
from the Fortress of Meripede. And it appears that you have managed to complete all the release paperwork.
That's right. And we came here to see you right away.
A massive whale.
Any idea what that might be?
They and Miho were talking
Judging from your
about
description,
the
that
new
cannot have
influx
occurred
of
in any
revenue.
ordinary waters. Something like the primordial sea. A whale of that size and shape cannot usually be found in the waters of Tivat. Therefore, we can only assume that Child is presently immersed in primordial seawater.
Well, then, good thing that he is not Fontainian.
What the hell? Is he okay?
He's not from Fontaine, so he won't dizzle.
Most people wouldn't be capable of entering in the first place. I'm not completely sure how he could have gotten
Can
there
you
myself.
drown in the primordial sea?
Good question.
Or is it like LCL and Evangelion. That is basically the primordial sea.
I guess we'll never know. Is it? No, it only gives it from a Fontanian's perspective, so I'm not sure actually.
Because in LCL you can't drown. It's like a fluid, but you can breathe in it. Because it has like nutrients and oxygen and stuff, everything you need to survive. They use
Because
it
if all
in...
life came from the primordial sea, then ideally it should like think of it like amniotic fluid, like you
Yeah,
can baby breathe in that. Yeah, it's a good thought, but I don't know.
Something we'd like to ask you
Yes.
about.
What is it?
Do
What
you
was
want me
it?
for real?
Stop. Be serious.
Okay, sorry, I'm being serious.
What was that tremor we felt earlier?
Right. Paimon felt it too. We asked the Duke and he said it wasn't from underwater, so we figured you might know something about it.
It turns out that I have just received a report about this particular matter.
Oh, what a
In
coinkydink.
fact, that's exactly what I was busy with a moment ago. The source of the tremor was here on the surface near Poisson.
Poisson.
After the shaking stopped, the water levels in the Poisson area rose at an alarming rate.
The water levels rose? Oh no. What about
Isn't that in like a hole?
Fortunately, the water
Yeah,
levels
it's
only
like
rose
sort
for
of
a
below
short
sea level
period
or
of time
at sea level.
and have already returned to normal now. However, I still have a bad feeling about the whole phenomenon. If the change in water levels is connected with the leaking primordial seawater, then the situation in Poisson may be much worse than it appears.
Are you supposed to pronounce the N
Nadia
at
should
the
be in
end?
Poisson, right? We need to
Poisson?
go check on her.
No.
Okay, then we know that it's filthy Americans again.
Well, it's not like a hard N. Like a very, very, very soft one. It's not completely silent. It's like Poisson. Like you said that sound.
Ah.
You just talk French like you have a black nose and you'll be fine.
Yes, Spino Dirosula has headquarters in
I
there.
would also like to go there as soon as possible, but I'm afraid I can't leave just yet. We must immediately formulate disaster prevention plans for the surrounding coastal areas to avoid potential catastrophes. I'll have to ask you two to go to Poisson first. I'll meet you there to check on the situation once I finish things here.
Sounds like a plan.
There's no time to lose. Let's get going.
Please be careful.
I'm always careful.
And then...
Oh no.
Oh
What
no!
happened here?
I don't see anything. I guess there's no NPCs, but
Are you in a reading mood today?
yeah, I just forgot.
Okay.
There's nobody around where they all dissolved. No, let's not assume the worst yet.
Nadia should be around here, right? We need to make sure she's still... Paimon means we need to check on her.
Oh, there's a dude up there.
We haven't seen a single soul all the way here.
Imagine taking Hazo here.
Scary.
What do we do now?
There's someone on the roof over there.
Just stay put. We're coming up. Watch your balance.
But the real question is Silver okay?
All right, just hurry.
Okay.
I'm not
Just wait.
anymore.
Just wait.
How will I survive on my own?
Oh.
My Desiree.
Oh, he looks pretty sad.
Yeah, no shit.
No
Paimon.
way.
My leg!
This is horrific.
How could this
Yeah,
happen?
get used to it. That's what.
It hurts!
Just hang in there. Help is on the way. You can hold my hand if it makes you feel better.
Wow. Hello. Oh, hi.
You're back.
You're just in time for horrific shit.
Oh, we're at this point.
Nadia, she's over there. Hey, Nadia, are you okay?
She's standing, so she must be okay.
Queen is stood.
Oh boy.
You're here.
We heard there was a situation in Poisson, so we came as quickly as we could.
Yes. As you can see, the water level suddenly rose. It caused quite the disturbance, in fact.
Oh.
Oh boy.
Demoiselle! There was a wounded resident next to a building southeast of here. We've already transported him to safety, but we've run out of medical supplies.
Oh, that's not good.
He's wounded? How badly?
He fell, so it's probably a broken leg. He's pretty shaken up. When the water level rose, he desperately climbed up to the roof. Once the water receded and he saw the ground, he became terrified and eventually...
He jumped down then. Find the leader of Squad 1 and tell him to take the wounded resident to see a doctor. He should know where to go.
Understood. I'll take over his
This
search and
music
rescue
kind of
mission in the meantime.
sounds like Claire de Lune.
It does.
You'll be in charge.
That's what I was thinking. Like the bussy.
The pussy.
I'm sorry. Where were
Anyway, serious.
The situation in Poisson?
we? Right. Allow me to explain.
Okay.
A little earlier, we suddenly heard a loud noise. At first, everyone thought that something might have exploded in the waterways. But before we knew it,
She just
water
become...
started pouring out from
It's just that voice line.
The rushing water seemed
Okay.
a little odd, almost
It was
like the
weird.
unique color of primordial seawater. Some people didn't realize the danger and thought it was just ordinary water leaking from somewhere. Everyone on the street who happened to be close to the water didn't have a chance to escape.
Oh,
It's dark.
As
that
the water
is
levels rose,
horrible.
they suddenly disappeared.
Oh boy.
They were
Yeah, I
all
think there should have been
dissolved.
like a
Those who
PSA or
realized what was
something
happening
about it.
started to flee in a panic, desperately trying to get to higher ground. Many were injured in the stampede, and some people fell from
Oh,
significant heights.
It's not nice.
that is an
boy.
understatement.
The Spina di Rosula initiated rescue operations as quickly as possible, but there have been a lot of casualties. Fortunately, the water began to recede after some time, and the chaos came to an end.
Navia can never get a
The
break,
water that
I
flooded the
swear.
area
Yeah.
contained primordial seawater, so the lower levels of Poisson are still hazardous. To ensure everyone's safety, I've asked the people there to leave as soon as possible. No one knows if this could happen again. All we can do for now is try our best to help evacuate the residents. We still haven't completed the head count, but we'll have some numbers soon.
How awful. And all of this just came out of nowhere.
It
Couldn't
was
they
quite
like
frightening indeed.
technically build another Fortress of Meropide, but
I
like
only
bigger?
wish that everything that just happened
I mean,
was a bad dream.
maybe, but the original one was built with the help of a jury, I'm pretty sure, so maybe it would be quite hard to do.
Hmm.
Is there any way we can help Navia?
You can put us to work.
Thank you for being so willing to help in a moment of crisis like this. You don't know how much it means to me. I really can't express how grateful I am.
Wait, we're missing some people, aren't we?
Don't say that, Navia. That's what friends are for.
Where are Melusa and Silver? Oh god.
Demoiselle!
You're even up.
Situation.
You're even up. Oh, good.
I'll be right there.
No, don't say anything.
I'm not saying anything.
We know
I need
nothing.
to go for now.
We know nothing.
And off she goes. Seems it might be a while before she can take a break.
Girl never takes a break.
Ether had a thought or
Okay.
something.
The wounded are being tended to, and we finished a preliminary head count. More support has just arrived, so suppose I finally have a moment to focus on my own matters. Of course, we should remain ready for anything, and continue doing our best to rescue others. I'll be sure to have everyone at the Spina di Rosula ready to render assistance. Traveler, Paimon, would you two accompany me to my father's grave for a moment?
Huh? Right now?
I understand.
Thank you. Not a lot of people here, huh?
I guess it's a graveyard.
Given the time of day and the whole situation in Poisson, Paimon doesn't think there'd be a ton of people here visiting graves.
Oh, okay.
That's how things are now. The living are so exhausted that they've no strength to spare any words for the dead.
Navia?
There's no need to push yourself so hard. I don't like that they can cry now.
Yeah.
Sorry. I just... Malus and Silver.
Oh.
They won't ever come back here again.
Oh no.
It is always the hot one.
What should I do, Papa?
Oh no.
What happened to them?
I need to process this.
No.
I'm sorry for your
Everyone
loss.
agreed on the rescue plan, but still, I was the one who initiated it. They
She's
were
got
helping
survivor's guilt.
evacuate the
It's horrible.
residents, but they couldn't leave in time. And they were caught in the seawater.
It's always the funny characters.
I've
Yeah.
known them for
Shake
so
my
long,
head.
Silver was like
and I know
the
they
idol man. Malus was like the grandfather.
but I could at least hold a funeral for my father. And I know where he rests. But as for Malus and Silver, they're just gone. I just can't.
Stop.
I find it interesting how they just introduced grief.
Even the gravestone.
Yeah.
I didn't expect that you'd enjoy a glass of red wine.
The
in front of
entire
like a
Fontaine Archon quest is
I
just
can understand.
grief.
Besides, the scenery here isn't half bad.
See, it's not just me. I always want to bring something when I visit Papa.
I still don't
Perhaps
like that
we
it's
might
not
even
Papa.
have a picnic. Would he?
How could Master ever be upset with you, Demoiselle? Yet the cemetery is the home of those who have passed, is it not? Everyone ends up here sooner or later, no matter who you are.
I'm gonna need them to
Buying yourself a
stop.
plot in advance, are you?
No,
It gets
not
worse.
yet. But when I do, I hope you'll let me be buried beside Master Callus,
That's not very
Demoiselle.
comforting.
Girl.
I wasn't lying when you said it throws you into it. Like, God.
I was gonna say, because about buying a plot in advance. Isn't that fucked up? Or like when your relatives buy a plot for you in advance?
Or it's like when you have like a joint gravestone, and
Yeah,
it's like, oh, these
'cause,
people died, but they died
I
for
don't
different dates.
think so.
Because it was All
Like
Saints
half
Day.
of my family has that.
It was All Saints Day, right? And my dad came back from the cemetery, and he was like showing me a picture of the grave of my relatives, and literally the name of my grandfather was on it, and his brother's name, and they are still alive.
Yeah, I find that just a bit weird. Like, at least
That
not
is
like,
morbid.
wait. It's like they're waiting for death.
Yeah.
No.
Because then my dad was like trying to justify it as like, yeah, they're old. You don't know how long they're going to live. And I'm like, my grandfather's like 63 or something.
Yeah, some people live to their 100. Like, that's a
Yeah.
good 7 years.
I mean, he is kind of sick, but he is not dying, like, actively.
Yeah, it's a bit messed up, but like, it's been done for a while, I guess. So people
And he
still
was
have
like,
their
yeah,
tombstone.
but it's really, really expensive to get your gravestone and stuff. Like, okay, whatever. You can just put money aside, I guess. But okay. I would be very insulted if someone put my name on a gravestone prematurely.
Hey, stop joking around.
Novia's just like me for real.
I'm quite
We
serious.
don't
That way,
talk
it will
about
save us
death.
both the trip to see each other whenever you visit your father's grave.
Okay, she's not like me for real because I don't visit graves because I
That
can't.
makes sense.
Oh,
In that case, could I be buried on his other side?
After all, besides you, Demoiselle, the two of us could certainly be considered Master's closest companions, no?
Personally, I believe we fill those shoes just fine.
Silver!
Why are you all of a sudden? Seriously. All right. I'll remember your requests. But I'd really prefer not to talk about this stuff. And what do you mean by saving me a trip? I'd make the journey even if I had to visit you two somewhere else. I promised to let them rest in peace here. But here I am breaking that promise.
Listen, it's not the same, but you could, like, I don't know, ask us to scoop a glass of water out of it.
no!
Sorry, but it would technically be the same. He is in there somewhere. I'm sorry.
I feel like all of them would just be mixed together by now.
I guess, but he's still in there. Or like,
But what if he gets like a random person in there?
they have a resting place then too, I guess.
But what if they don't want to be there?
I mean, mass graves exist.
Yeah, but do you think they want to be there?
I mean,
I don't
technically, this
know.
is a natural disaster, so principles of that apply to this.
I mean, I, if she wants like a grave for them,
Also, they can't really touch it, so it's kind of dangerous to scoop it up.
I
Yeah, the
can.
travelers do it.
Anyway, I didn't say that.
No, moving on.
I'm sorry for letting you see me in a mess like this. I don't usually cry.
I've seen you cry
really.
like 4 times by now.
Doesn't know how to help you feel better.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Well, she understands how you feel.
Can
I
Paimon
feel like she's
cry?
the only character we've really seen cry that much.
I
Like,
see.
at
Yeah.
all.
Yeah.
Wait,
I mean,
hang on.
Nahida once.
You know what would really kill me if I saw the Traveler cry?
Yeah.
I think
No,
I
but
would.
I bet you they'll do that. They're going to do that, I'm guessing, in Snezhnaya or even Kyria. They're going to do it somewhere. And you
Yeah,
have to be ready.
and I will die on the spot.
You will.
Bruce and Silver have helped me so much. But by contrast, I could do nothing for them. I'm so sorry.
You can spend
Why
as
do you have
much
to
time as you
die?
It's
need here,
another
Navia.
Tepe incident.
We'll stay with you.
This is worse than a Tepe incident. This is not.
We are here for you.
Thank you. Right now, you don't know how much that means. By the way, you can have a look at this. It's a list of victims from the incident that took place here.
I mean, we at least know what happened to them.
Burnett?
Because, like,
Francine?
Yeah.
Furina?
I find it funny. Cannes is a place in France.
I know. Isn't like there like a big film festival there?
Yeah.
Your son? As well as Malus and Silver. So...
Silver's such a badass name as well. And it's...
But still...
It's okay. I know what you're thinking. And you're right. We lost Malus and Silver. But we were able to save more than we anticipated. The overall outcome indicates that the cost was worth it.
No one's sacrifice is truly necessary.
Right. Don't think that way, Navia. One person might be saved at the expense of another, sure, but that isn't something we should ever consider a trade. Malus and Silver were not the price for saving anyone. They're heroes.
You're right. Thank you, Paimon. What you said just now was pretty amazing, actually.
Honestly,
I'll remember your words.
I don't know how competent Furina is as an Archon, but she needs to be responsible for this, or like made responsible for not doing anything in advance to prevent anything.
I think, yeah, I'm not going to say anything because I'm worried if I say something it'll foreshadow it accidentally.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I understand your thoughts.
Really?
Seems you've become more eloquent in the time since we
Oh,
last met.
Arlecchino.
She just pulls up.
The knave? What are you
Can we call her by name, please?
Is everything going well on your side?
Yes, my people are carrying out the mission according to your request. All the residents of Poisson have been evacuated.
Honestly, she's not that bad.
Them to higher ground.
I love her.
As for these supplies,
she's
we have
amazing,
everything taken
actually.
care of.
She's morally great,
Thank you
but for good
very
causes.
Wait, do you two know each other?
We just met recently. Right, Miss Navia?
Usually, I would call this a coincidental encounter. That doesn't quite fit this time. Besides, it never even crossed my mind that a Fatui Harbinger would come looking for me. Thanks to the Knave, Spina di Rosula received generous support from the Fatui, which allowed us to complete the rescue and evacuation work so quickly.
I kind of tend to
Mutual aid
be
is essential to
very
fostering positive developments.
suspicious
We
about
were already
Fatui
in the
help
area in any case,
since
so it was not
the delusion
That
incident.
said, I must say that you're a lot sharper than you let on. I'm sure you understand what I mean.
I apologize for all the ways in which I tested
I guess she's
previously.
experienced this
We've
firsthand,
never worked
so
with the Fatui before, and it's extremely important
it's more
for us
her
to know who
personal
we're
thing, not
working with.
Fatui's.
My subordinates have reported that Fatui soldiers have been observing water levels and taking head counts in various locations.
I mean, it's also cool
hear that they've
because
also
I don't
prepared
know
a
how
large
many
amount
of the
of
Fatui
emergency
she has
supplies.
here is
I'm
Fontanian.
quite surprised.
Yeah.
This is
So
nothing
she
to brag
has
about, nor do I
basically
intend
more
to.
manpower that
It is
won't
simply the way of
dissolve at the
powerful
slightest touch.
organizations to act forcefully, whether they are doing good or ill. You've witnessed that firsthand, in any case. As I've told this traveler before, I know of the prophecy, and I intend to prevent the impending disaster. Lending your organization a hand was a natural first step in accomplishing that. As such, do not be troubled by this token of our sincerity. Perhaps one day, you'll also be able to help me in the same way.
Without your help, there would have been many more casualties. I won't forget your kindness.
Ether does not look
I
thrilled.
sincerely regret
No, he
what
just doesn't like
happened
the
to Malus
Fatui.
and Silver.
May I bring up
I
the
only wish
mini
that my people
incident?
could have arrived a little earlier to prevent this from happening.
I still don't
Okay.
get it.
Don't say that. You and your subordinates did everything you could.
And he's just a little
As
guy.
Paimon said, Malus and Silver didn't
didn't
choose
even
to
do
sacrifice
anything
themselves
bad.
for any specific person.
Exactly.
And they weren't the price paid for others' salvation. They chose to become heroes themselves. I've never liked hearing people put it that way. It's like trying to relieve pain by saying some noble-sounding words. But right now, there's nothing more suitable. They really did become heroes.
You're right. I'm sorry for your loss, Miss Navia.
I love Arlecchino.
Water is life to Fontaine's people, and it also spells disaster. It's no wonder that people always say that prophecies represent fate. Fortunately, I've never been one for such opinions.
So, you're one who will try to change fate, then?
Of course. That is why I'm going to Hotel Bouffe de Terre. I still have some things to take care of, and the children need my attention. By the way, Traveler, Paimon, one more thing.
Yes, ma'am?
Alright, then we'll just... huh? This isn't right. Paimon thought you would ask us to walk with you for a moment so you could tell us something in private.
That is a clever and useful conversation technique, which I do like to use when necessary. But there's no need today. It would not hurt to have Miss Navia listening in. Traveler, I'm sure you remember that I said we could work together when we had the chance. You and I both know that there may be issues with the Primordial Sea. Previously, it was the Fortress of Meripede's
Her
sluice
heels.
gate, and
How's
this
she
time
walking
it was the
those?
water levels in Poisson. These are both
By being
signals.
a boss woman. This time for, the time for Jolly cooperation has come.
Indeed.
I can't read
Allow me to
it
share the
again.
latest intel I've received from the House
If you
of
want me
Beast
to read, just
Intelligence
let me
No,
Network.
know.
no, I need to
During some
do
recent
something in my own
investigations,
recording.
a child claimed to have discovered some ruins near Poisson. The ruins date back to
Poisson.
ancient times and seem to be worth investigating
Poisson
in
as the
many
new,
ways.
the new
Judging by the dating
Oh,
of the ruins, they
Hatham
may
and
be related to the
Kave.
prophecy and the coming crisis. The situation is becoming more urgent, so any pertinent information will prove extremely precious. My people initially came to prepare for ruin exploration. Unexpectedly, this disaster struck. And at present, we're all busy prioritizing the rescue effort.
So
You know what
that's
would
why
be
the Fatui
sick?
were already in Poisson.
Well,
I
If
wanted to take the
you
children
swam
along,
with
but
a
unfortunately,
Fontaine character in
Lenny,
the sea
Lynette, and
now,
Fremine have
and
all
they
been
like took
dispatched to
damage.
higher ground to assist affected residents.
ooh, that is
Lenny
cool.
told me that outside of the house, the person they trust most is you.
He is so
Which is
gay.
why I want to give you this task.
Can you trust an outsider
The
like
House
me?
of the Hearth's members see each other as family, but Linny, Lynette, and Fremine said that they also see you
Yeah,
as
right.
such,
And then he sees me as
even though
husband.
you're not from the house. I'm sure you already
Prison
realized
wedding.
how
I guess
earnest
it's
they consider their
technically
friendship going to
family.
be.
Oh, that somehow makes Paimon feel kinda happy.
The intel I just shared about the ruins could fetch a high price. But since the children consider you family, it's only natural that I freely share it with you.
Got it. So all we gotta do is go to some ruins, right? We can handle that.
I go to
Excuse me,
ruins
but
for
Can I
fun.
tag along?
You wish to join, Miss Navia?
But are you sure you're up to exploring some ruins? You need to rest.
Well, I'm sad, yes. But I can't just go back and plop myself into a chair by the roadside and do nothing.
I mean, you
Point in being
could.
depressed while we still have a disaster on our hands. As my father's successor, I must live up to the hopes he had in me. Besides, I'm also doing this for myself. I need something, a distraction, to keep my mind off Malus and Silver.
Navia's strong, but she needs company right now. We can be that company if she goes to explore the ruins with us.
Since you put it that way, I have no objections. What do you say, traveler?
We'll go to the ruins
All
together.
right. The ruins are to the south of Poisson. Here's the map.
Okay, the three of us will handle it. Come on, let's pack up and get going.
Field trip.
Yay!
I don't think Tiggy would like swimming all the time.
No, he'd get annoyed about his tail.
Yeah. He's like, the oil on my tail.
So, are these the ruins that Dave was talking about? Whoa, talk about old.
They seem to be pretty ancient, all right.
Let's go in and have a look.
Just be careful.
I'm always careful.
One with the forest. Yeah. I'll uproot you!
No chest.
Tiggy fucks. There's no other way to say it. Oh! Okay, that scared me.
This place has also been contaminated by primordial seawater.
That's
And
pretty.
a lot of it, too.
Want to take a swim?
They most likely dissolved the moment they fell in.
You should go back to safety, Navia.
Right! You can't go down if there's primordial seawater. It's too dangerous, and it won't be any help for you to just stay here. Don't get my wrong. We're not saying you're useless. It's just that...
It's dangerous.
No, you're right. I can't do anything in this situation. I'll leave this to you.
From the look of things here, maybe there's no way back. Yeah.
That complicates things. Maybe the only way left is forward.
In that case, do you want to wait for us here?
I can give you like a book or something.
The water levels here are unstable, and there's a chance the water will rise. So staying here wouldn't be
Okay,
safe
so
either.
do you want
I'll
to
go
commit
together.
suicide or something?
Perhaps we'll find the exit just up ahead.
Seems like there's another option.
Alright. Come with us for now then, but please be careful.
I could water bridge for you. I could pull out Risley.
Or Furina.
Or Kaya.
Yeah! OG!
You could go kayaking.
Let's try climbing over from the side.
Open sesame. Ooh, that's pretty. Why did I zoom out?
You gotta get a good view.
Oh, we're here.
They did that, don't worry.
That scared me. I don't like it. I need to... I'm too far away
Run.
from Tiggy.
Run!
Wait, there's something wrong with this bridge.
Bro did not run.
I don't like this. It's because she has heels on.
Yeah.
She can't run as fast.
Okay, she had a good marketing. She's alive.
I don't like this game. This game sucks ass.
And that's it, everyone. Pack up your things.
We're done.
We've got a real review.
Demoiselle, what are you doing here by yourself? Would you be standing here till dark if I hadn't come to get you?
Maybe she just
They're
wants some
all-
time to herself, Maloose.
Wobbly.
Oh, was I sleeping?
Yes, it would
Standing
appear
up?
so.
Are you okay, girl?
I must be tired.
That's quite possible. However, you were the one that suggested we go out for a walk.
Oh, right. I nearly forgot. It must have slipped my mind when I dozed off. I haven't had a nap today
Find
yet.
it funny how in most of the scenes where they show both of them, they give
It's a familiar feeling, yet
them a massive dump truck.
a little strange.
Is something the matter, Demoiselle?
Oh, no. No, I'm fine. I was just trying to recall why we came out for a walk.
Do you remember
The filter is
Mr.
making me
Giovanni?
nauseous.
He'd
Oh,
requested our help before with foreign merchants who had a debt dispute with him, and we'd resolved the matter not long ago.
We were headed to see how things were going with him at the moment.
Ah, right. Yes. I remember now.
Oh, Miss Navia. Ah, Mr. Maloose. And Mr. Silver, too. It's good to see all of you.
Ah, how have you been?
I've been great. Thanks to your help, those bothersome merchants finally realized that I wasn't the one they were looking for. Why, I wasn't even the guarantor for that person. They were knocking at my door day and night. Even my neighbor, Obina, was getting fed up with them.
Sometimes force is required to calm someone down and get them to listen to what you have to say.
That's right. Oh, by the way, Burnett, what was it that you wanted to give to Miss Navia again?
Oh, yes. One moment, I have it right here.
Miss Navia, these are some flower seeds that I prepared. Please take them. They're a very good variety, and they'll become very big and beautiful once they bloom. I don't know what we would have done without your help, so this is a little token of our appreciation. I hope you won't refuse.
Ah, did you cultivate them yourself? Thank you so much. I'll certainly take them. Maloose, we do still have some empty flower pots at home, right?
Why, we can have as many pots as you'd like, demoiselle.
Perfect.
I miss
In that
them.
case, we'll swap out some of the decorative plants for some of
I'm
Mrs.
so
Who
adorable.
doesn't?
flowers.
Very
To
I'm
well.
be
like
honest.
actually grieving.
Wait. Something seems to be
Ah,
off here.
I was watching that one
Excuse me,
silver
madam.
edit I have
Thank
saved
If
to
I'm not
TikTok on
mistaken,
repeat.
your name is Burnett, correct?
I miss it.
That's right. Is something wrong?
No, it's nothing. This is the first time we've ever met, but your name seemed familiar to me. I must have heard it when I was discussing things with your husband previously. I've heard this name before. Sometime recently, I'm sure of it. And why are there so few people around here?
fish.
Where did everyone
We
go?
are in the
We must
afterlife.
mind the time, demoiselle. We still have important things
We
to
all
attend to
died.
today.
Yeah.
Even the fish is there.
Like what?
He's dead too.
Well, now,
Imagine
don't
being
you
dead in the
forget.
afterlife.
Miss Navia, here you are. I've been looking for you. Please, come to the Opera House. Your trial is about to begin.
Trial?
My trial? Wait, why would I need to go to the Opera House?
Yes, she's right, demoiselle. It's just about time now, so we should get going.
Oh? All right then.
What?
Just
Look,
a
it's
fun
Navia.
little trip
She's
to
here.
court. Very
And her two attendants are
casual.
with her. Goodness, everyone's finally here.
There sure are a lot of people here to see the trial. And they all seem to be oddly excited about something.
This is
I even
scary.
know some of these people. Karina, Desiree,
Okay, so they are all
Zoe,
dead.
Julian.
Where's the French city? Where is he?
Why are so many people here? And why do I have no recollection of this case? And as for the judge... Huh?
He is not dead yet.
Where's Monsieur Neuvillette?
Yet.
Please sit in the defendant's
Someone's
seat.
alive.
Don't worry, Silver and I shall accompany you.
All right. But are you sure you can stand behind me?
Typically, it wouldn't be allowed, but today is an exception.
Hey, what kind of place do they think this is?
Come on. Do they have any idea what they're doing?
Seriously.
Enough with the whispering! Could someone please tell me
I don't think that's
where
really
Monsieur
whispering.
Neuvillette is? And why I'm
She was like,
standing
there's a
trial?
lot of people here,
My
and there's
dear
like
Miss Navia,
6,
have you not yet realized
7
what
people
you've
here.
done? In that case, allow me to explain.
I think he
As
wants us
all
to join
here
his village.
know, you are
Grainville.
Master Callus's
What's the other guy
successor,
called?
the head of the Spina di Rosula.
Can't remember
Someone
now.
held in high regard by every soul in
I mean, if you went to court
After
now,
you
like
took
7
over the
people, that wouldn't
Spina,
you
you
think
treated
it's
all of us
quite
just like
a
the
lot
late
of
Master
people?
Callus had. If anyone in need reached out
Compared
to
to
you for
other
help,
trials I've
you
seen,
responded.
no.
Not only you, but your butler, your subordinates, nearly everyone in
But
the
for
Spina
like,
di
for
Rosula fought
like
for the
you, a random
well-being
person
of
that's
those
done
in
pretty much
Poisson.
nothing.
I
Wait
mean,
a
obviously you've
moment.
got the jury
Aren't you
and all the
just proving
defendants and
that I'm a
prosecution,
good
so it'd be
person?
quite a few.
Yes, correct. Absolutely right. And that is why you stand accused. You have helped so many people get through
I
so
don't get
many
it. What is
difficulties.
happening?
You
Keep
are
listening.
one with us. We are inseparable. We are one big family, all of us who are from Poisson, inextricably linked. And with you being so important, We couldn't.
I love it when we can just randomly hear the
Therefore,
trees.
this fair and honorable court shall declare you guilty, and you shall stay here. You will be together with us forever.
Huh? What are you saying? Everything you have said is correct. I have indeed done a lot for my hometown, and I would be willing to be with you all, but what is the purpose of having me stand here like this? What is there to discuss?
Ah, well, if that's what you think, then I have no further comments.
How wonderful, Miss Navia!
This feels fucked up.
Huh?
I know all these people. Why are they laughing?
I seem to remember now. Yes, I get it. This trial is...
Wait just a moment. This isn't right!
Oh my god, this is so dramatic.
What was that, Mr. Malus?
Danganronpa zoom in effect.
Unanimous. Let the court judge her now. She's guilty.
Stay here, Navia. You're one of us.
One of us.
Don't admit guilt. This trial means to keep you here forever.
I wish to exercise my right to defend Our Lady. Mr. Joinville, you only know...
Oh, that's how you pronounce that.
...of her utterly independent mind.
It was like Joinville. That's a weird name.
Indeed, even the death of Master Callus
Is he like related to Grainville?
Serve as proof that she identifies herself as part of any group.
And feeling.
Possibly, maybe
extending
distant
her hand to
cousins.
help others. Please do not mistake her actions as being otherwise.
Really? As an individual, you say? Don't forget, we are all Fontanians here. This is the nation of justice, the nation of Hydro. Even if Miss Navia only voluntarily rendered her assistance, that doesn't change the fact that her beautiful soul must return to everyone. Water accepts all, blends with all. It will surely accept her kindness. Everything is measured here in the nation of Hydro, and in the end, everyone shall meld together. Thus, when a unanimous opinion emerges, that opinion represents justice. Now, I speak for everyone. Our opinion is consistent. Navia should stay. We and Navia are one.
And you would call
USSR like
justice? Preposterous.
Yeah.
You are merely jealous that Demoiselle still has a chance to exist as an individual. Have you forgotten how much you all once longed to
Every time there's a new Archon quest that has something to do with joining a collective,
Why should we acknowledge it?
I just remember that Hoyoverse started their company to make games inspired by Neon Genesis Evangelion.
My head... It hurts.
The Evangelion influence is real.
Silver,
Now add
it hurts.
Kaworu into
My head is
Genshin.
spinning.
Kaza is
I
kind
can
of
see a star
Kaoru.
swirling in front of me.
You have a type.
I do.
Everything that seemed odd from the very beginning.
I mean, kinda. Kinda.
Karina,
Slightly.
Joyville, Jolien, Essen, and Mr. Giverny and Mrs. Burnett, who we met earlier. Even Malus and Silver. I don't want to admit it, but they're all dead.
Don't be afraid.
Fisheye moment.
Shinji Fish Islands moment.
Who are you to say that she cannot be judged? We are the majority, and in the nation of trials, the majority is absolute justice. We are the will of all. Don't let them escape! We shall keep Navia here with us!
Mr. Malus and Mr. Silver, must you be so stubborn? How could the two of you possibly hope to stand against the collective? Do not resist. This
reminds me of the
judgment
hive
is
from All
fair
Hasten Story
and
Request.
just. Navia belongs to
You remember the hive from All Hasten
After
Story
all
Request?
Yeah.
she should not be left alone in
They
Poisson.
talk about becoming a hive mind a lot in Genshin. That's what I'm talking about. Like,
He says we're
Evangelion spoilers.
How could she possibly be an independent individual?
I don't know if I talked about it before, but like the big thing in Evangelion was that they, like, Shinji's dad wanted to basically dissolve the entirety of humanity into one pool of LCL, where they become a collective and there's like no borders and yeah, basically everyone could read everyone's thoughts and stuff.
Yeah.
Why are you just like retelling the shit my mum tells to me? Word by word.
Okay, but the thing is, in Evangelion, they are like, yeah, but that's kind of ass, isn't it? Because then no one is an individuum anymore, and everyone is just, there's no privacy. So it was very much dressed as a negative thing.
And then they Neon Genesis Evangelion everywhere.
You know? Yeah.
Is it a sign? We should watch it together.
I don't think you want to watch Evangelion. Anyways, carry on.
What's with these people? Who's jealous of her?
She belongs to us.
Miss Navia, she...
Silence.
Sorry.
That's... Monsieur Neuvillette.
Hello, Neuvillette.
Such commotion is prohibited in the court. The accusations you just presented are nonsense and
love it when you
cannot
talk
constitute
small.
a proper trial. The court will adjourn for the rest of the day. In this, I shall hear no objections from any unauthorized party.
Our thanks, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Please leave with me, Miss Navia, while there is still time.
But...
Go on now, demoiselle. This is your only chance to leave this place. What, can't bear to leave us behind or something? Loose. My apologies.
I miss
I
you,
couldn't
Silver.
resist making one little joke. This shall be our last goodbye.
Oh no! Navia, stop crying. You're gonna make me cry too.
Quickly, you must come now.
Goodbye.
Farewell.
Oh no.
Oh no. I don't want to see that for the second time.
I'm teary.
No, wait! Just a second!
You're awake.
We're alive!
Oh, hello, Neuvillette.
You're finally awake.
I must have been dreaming. Malus and Silver were still alive, and they were defending me at some insane trial.
Looks like you're all right.
Did all the sad feelings
So
cause you to
sad.
have a nightmare? Paimon could give you a hug.
I want a hug.
The ruins you were exploring suffered a cave-in.
You have
When I arrived, I found you falling toward the
also
water.
her body pillow.
You were just about to be dissolved within, but I...
Actually,
You can hug him.
I'm gonna take Scaramio.
What is it?
Two Oceanids protecting you. It was
I
only
hate
for
how
a
they
moment,
pronounce it
perhaps even a
Oceanid.
fraction of a second. But they
Oceanid.
gave me the
Just
chance
sounds
to
so much,
retrieve
yeah.
you. Were it not for their intervention,
Like
I would
ocean.
not have been able to
Yeah.
rescue you before your consciousness dissipated.
They don't say ocean.
Did you say Oceanids? You mean like what happened with Vache?
Vache.
Do they like pronounce it in French? Like ocean? What is ocean in French?
Mer. Well, that might be sea, actually.
Yeah, I think
La
so
mer
too.
or something.
Because in German, Meer is the sea.
Okay. Oh, look. Hold.
Look it
keep
up,
going.
please.
German is French confirmed.
Don't say that.
Le Océan.
It still kind of sounds like.
Yeah.
Never mind then.
C doesn't sound like a sound in French. That's CH.
Okay. So people that are dissolved became Oceanids.
Perhaps those two Oceanids were the people you saw in your dream.
I always told them that they didn't have to protect me. To think that they'd keep doing so even after death.
Please come with me.
Where do we see Alekina?
We have
Nevertheless, are you okay?
Oh, I am quite all right. Perhaps
Outside
there's
it's just a
something we could
thunderstorm.
chat about?
Why do you look so stiff all of a sudden? Oh, Paimon knows you're the type who feels awkward when there's nothing to talk about, right?
I merely thought that we should give Navia some time to herself.
Yeah, Paimon.
Why didn't you just say so then? Don't you think it's even more awkward to call us over like this and then
No,
have
it's
nothing to
considerate.
talk about?
I suppose so.
By the way, Sigewin sends her
Ah,
regards.
Sigewin. I hope all is well with her these days.
He
Her
sounds so
work in the Fortress of
delighted.
Meropide has not been too much for her, has it?
Don't worry. She's doing fine down there.
Crazy how he's a father to every Melusine outlet.
I see.
Father to
Well,
all
that
the
is good.
Melusines.
I have
Do-
always
be
worried
honest,
that
do you
Sigewin would
like
need a
him
lot of
because
time to
he's a
understand the
dill?
world of humanity.
Me?
Yeah.
I like him because he's my Pookie. Stop accusing me of such things.
I mean, it wouldn't be
It's
the
okay,
first
we're all
time.
into DILFs here. We're
No,
all
I
into
liked him
DILFs.
since he was leaked, and I didn't know about his DILFness.
So it's just a nice bonus.
Yes, yeah. A lot.
Oh, and the Duke also says hi. Even though Sigewin made
Wait,
him do that.
question.
That you haven't been
Could
overwhelmed by all that's happened lately.
Huh?
Risley count as a DILF?
Yes.
Since
Oh, yeah.
he kind of has like somewhat of a father-daughter relationship.
He is like the
with
definition of DILF.
Sigewin.
Yeah,
He
yeah.
rides a motorbike. He has body hair. He has a daughter. He is a DILF.
Amen.
There is that. Amen. Have you
Is
seen
this
that
a
AU?
Risley fan club now?
It is. There's an AU where like he's a single dad taking Sigewin to like school, and Nicolette is the single teacher there, and it's like
Oh, that's nice.
silly. There's fanfics, and my friend just eats them up every time she
It
reads
reminds
one.
me of a Sayonori fanfic I once read.
Oh, of course. They're similar, of Colette.
Anyway, let's continue.
Anyway.
Thank you. I have indeed been busy lately, and I also hope that everything is going well in the Fortress
He's
of
been
Meropide.
busy.
He
has.
doesn't know what to talk about. Let's chat about something else then.
You're the expert here, Paimon. What should we talk about? Me turning to my best friend when we talk to someone.
Oh, Nicolette. You're probably quite the swimmer, huh?
That's a fucked up thing to ask in this disaster.
Yes, of course.
Yeah. He's so silly.
Let's try something else. How did you find these ruins? Did the knave tell you?
Yes, in fact. I had arranged to meet you in Poisson, but when I arrived, I discovered that the Fatui were helping the residents evacuate. They had even transported a large quantity of supplies to the area.
Isn't that nice
Amid
of
my
them?
astonishment, I ran into the knave. We had a chat. She informed me that she had asked you to investigate the ancient ruins here.
Yeah, we originally planned to meet up with you, but we thought you might still be busy with all those official documents. We didn't think exploring the ruins would take very long, and who would have thought you'd wrap things up so quickly?
I hope Navia can get back on her. I can't read.
I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting like that. I'm feeling much better now.
Is there a treasure chest around
Guess
here?
we should get going again. Will you come with us, Monsieur Neuvillette?
Yes, if you wouldn't
Through the
mind my
door.
company.
Yeah, I was just looking if there was a chest.
Oh.
What's your feelings about aiming on mobile?
I hate it. I exclusively play Birch
I've
and Toma on
mastered it.
mobile.
I only have like one team.
Oh. I have 10.
I think I have 7.
I need more slots.
This is the place. There should not be any other hidden
Like one
spaces in the
team and just like you got Tara that you gave me like a year ago.
Turns out that this place isn't actually that big.
There seems to be something on the wall. Oh!
Stone slates. It seems like they were put
Oh,
here
look, it's the remnants of artists that didn't finish art school.
Perhaps we should just leave them be for now.
It's the toilets in my art school.
Never let him thought.
Can we just take a second? Oh, never mind, we can't take a second anymore.
Surrounding walls also show signs of damage.
You tell him. You tell him.
Ether! Oh, Ether!
Reason dictates that this nation be destroyed. I shall record the history of its future here in its past. Say what?
Say
It
what?
feels like someone left these slates and these words here for a purpose. But does he mean that Fontaine should be destroyed?
That would fit the circumstances dictated by the prophecy, yes. Indeed, the slate's contents correspond to it. Take the second slate, for example.
There's a person kneeling here. She seems so dedicated. And there's a whole bunch of other people behind her doing the same. She's facing this... what is this? Some kind of island in the sky?
And is that Lady
Oh
Furina
god,
in the third image?
we'll never know what it is.
Fall into the water?
There's definitely one island in the sky.
It is obviously the J chamber.
Yeah, get it right.
I know this one.
Yeah!
This exactly matches the content of the prophecy.
The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne.
Yes, they do seem to match. Very pixelated.
Water has
Genshin moment.
More information should be hidden in these slates, but I fear I cannot easily uncover it, most likely due to us missing the first slate. I am very sorry.
Don't blame yourself,
It's okay,
Monsieur
Monty.
Neuvillette. Deciphering ancient stone slates isn't one of your duties.
It could be though.
Paimon's getting the chills looking at these slates. This says that it's the history of the future, right? That means the prophecy's sure to come true.
I really hope it doesn't mean that.
Still, Paimon feels like these images are kind of weird when you look at them together.
I get what you mean, Pop.
Minecraft villager moment.
This is the order of the third and fourth images, right?
That's right! If the images are in chronological order, shouldn't the fourth, the waters drowning Fontaine, come before the third, where the Hydro Archon herself falls into the water?
And yet the order is reversed here.
What? I don't get it. Okay, the second image is also quite concerning. What sin are the people in the images confessing
If
to?
we go by timing, Lady Furina only emerges in the third image. That means that the person in the second image might be the previous Hydro Archon.
Egeria, then. I had never met her, but her appearance here does match the records.
Man, now my headcanon is
Previous
dead.
Archon kneeling before the
What was your
floating
headcanon?
island in the
What did I
skies,
miss?
as if
My-
Oh, your
confessing sin.
headcanon!
Yeah, my headcanon was that Furina is Egeria and Neuvillette's brat daughter.
No! It's okay.
I'm sad now. This is a shit game.
He's still got Cedrine. That's his child.
Credits roll. I'm done.
Did she herself commit that sin? And if not, why would she be in such a posture? Also, I'm still wondering why these ancient stone slates are here at all. Judging from their contents, could this place be the origin of the prophecy? Does that mean that someone, or
Random
some people,
schizophrenic
saw these
dude
slates?
decided to draw random shit on stones. This is like every religion ever.
Yeah. I was just thinking about this, about religion and Genshin again. I think about it a lot.
Yeah.
I was like, how do they worship Furina? But then I was like, okay, they don't really worship Furina because she's just a celebrity. Because I was like, yeah, because Mondstadt is kind of like Christianity because they have churches and nuns and stuff. And
Yeah.
I guess Venti is like an amalgamation of Jesus and God or something.
And then you got Japan of their shrines.
Yeah, and
Not Japan, Inazuma.
and then Liyue and their like rituals and stuff for
Yeah.
Zhongli, and Nahida was just hated for a while, I guess.
Yeah,
They
that's sad.
they still have festivals though, just for the gods. What is with Fontaine? Yesterday I was also mad because I was doing story quests, or not story quests, world quests, and a lot of it is just about the abyss.
Is it?
Yeah, and I was like, I want to know more culture. Like, how do they live in Fontaine?
Yeah, because I guess if it's based on France and like Western Europe as a whole, it would be Christianity or Catholicism. But
Yeah, but
no,
they
that
don't
seems to be more
worship
Mondstadt.
Furina.
No, and they don't worship Egeria either. Maybe it's more atheism, not quite atheism, but like sort of just not having God as a priority. It's like,
Yeah, but
oh
then
look,
there was also like they aren't like even pagan or something. Because they
no,
don't really believe in nature spirits either, because they're like, yeah, Melusines exist, but they don't know what a Melusine is, actually.
I guess they're just unbothered. Focus more on trials, the
Yeah.
real life instead of history.
Anyway.
But who would have created these slates
I wonder
and
why
left these
Barbara
words
has
here?
like a cross on her
Yeah.
bag thing-ish.
Yeah, I was saying that
Was Barbatos crucified?
maybe at some point.
Fun.
I don't think so, though, because the thing with Barbatos is just that he sleeps a lot. And he's
He
like
just lets them
gone. They're probably like, this is the second coming of Barbatos. And then it's like the fifth actually, but they don't know.
Is this like the
Seems that any further
equivalent
clues
of
will have to
like
come from Furina.
worshipping like
In that case, there's no time to lose. There's nothing
Taylor
else to be
Swift
gained
or
here,
something?
So let's head back first.
Yeah, probably they're just very parasocial.
Better get somewhere safe for now.
I'm gonna have to read. Yeah.
everyone buying tickets to Furina's Eras tour.
Honestly, who created the slates doesn't matter now. The real question is whether things will truly play out as the prophecy foretells or not. I think it's relevant who did it, because it could have been just some random dude tripping on shrooms. It could have been Kazuha.
It was Tega.
Ugh, meddling, as always.
Didn't they used to give luxurious chests?
Let's split up
I
here.
don't think so.
I'm going to check on what's happening with the Spina. You know how it is.
Spina.
There's some things you just need to be there for yourself.
That's back in Russian, so every time she says I just think of back.
You still have energy for that, Navia? Paimon's already beat.
Navia, you almost died.
Just head back to the Fleuve Cendre and have a rest then. Thanks for keeping me company all this time.
I'll depart as well. Thanks for your hard work today. Rest well, everyone. Traveler, I will go talk to Furina tomorrow
Nighty
morning to
night.
ask about the stone
Sleep
slates.
tight. Don't let
I'm
the
sure that
bed
you're concerned
bugs
about this matter
bite.
as well. If you have
Do you
time,
think
drop
they
by my
have the
office.
Paris
I'll
bed
share the
bugs?
results of our discussion with you.
They're not actually Paris. They're like London and everywhere now.
Yeah,
Also
I
dodge
mean,
them on
it's
the
also
tube.
based slightly off of England. You know, we're not far off.
Oh god. They might do.
Do you think Risley has bed bugs?
Oh god.
Is this a headcanon now? Which one of the Fontaine characters has bed bugs in their bed? Tier list.
Who's the most likely to have bed bugs?
I'm gonna say not for every day because he goes diving, so he drowns them unintentionally.
Alright, see you tomorrow.
Are you really gonna talk to her about this directly? Will that be a problem? Paimon's getting a little scared now that it's come to this.
She has long been harboring secrets and will not give them up easily, which makes it all the more my duty to ensure that she understands the present situation.
Alright, we'll leave it in your hands then. You're probably the best person to talk to her anyway.
I personally think the one with the most bed bugs is that stupid cafe dude who makes me make his coffee every day during commissions.
Oh yeah, that's
No, I like that commission.
I don't understand
I
that
hate
commission.
I hate him so much. I hope he gets all the bed bugs. I hope he has some bed bug attraction whatever in his bed that he doesn't know about, so all the Paris bed bugs flock into it. If he slices his mattress in half, it's drenched in bed
We've got a
bugs.
special menu prepared for you two tonight.
How do you even say that name?
You did great as well, Paimon. I said duck, I don't eat duck.
Garlic baguette.
Is that Mona?
Yeah.
Nice. Is that who I think it is?
What is Mona
It's you
doing
two.
here?
What are you doing in Fontaine?
What are you doing in Fontaine?
She's here to save us all.
Did the stars not tell you that we might meet here?
Seriously, nobody just uses a scry glass whenever they've got time to just see who they'll meet on the road.
Still, we didn't expect to see you here.
Was that offensive?
Well, I have some business to attend to here, so
I
I
don't
booked
think
a
so.
hotel in the city. I was just out for a stroll when I bumped into you. Quite unexpectedly, if I might add. Why did you think I was from Fontaine, though? Is that because Magistus doesn't sound much like a Mondstadt surname?
Doesn't it say that you are Fontaine in your lore?
Oh
I think people
she's not.
No,
They
I
retconned
think people
that.
just like.
I'm pretty sure it was said that she is from Fontaine.
No, they
I
kind of
think
just
she wrote
hyped that
for a
up
column,
on TikTok.
and she lived there, but I don't think she was from Fontaine.
The one thing I'm interested in, though, is because she said she would only return to Fontaine if her, like, master died. Did he die?
Nah. No, still alive.
Well, I used to have
I mean,
my
how
own
could we
surname,
know?
which was, well,
No, she
other
didn't say
thing.
she died, but
Either way,
she
the
could
old
be,
hag
you know.
told me when she took me as her disciple that
I
the
mean, does
first
she
step
have to
being a
tell
great
us?
astrologist's pupil was to
Probably
change
not,
that name. There was nothing for it, really. She really is amazing at astrology, so I changed my name to what it is now according to her wishes. To my surprise, however, Magistus is not the name of some ancient house or clan.
It isn't?
Nope. Although it is used by us in place of surnames, it generally just means great.
Yeah.
Wow! Imagine including a boast in your name. Wait, are you gonna have to put that into your genealogy as well?
I reckon so. In any case, I'd give my disciple a name like this as well, if I were to take one.
And may I ask what your master's name is?
Astromancer Barbeloth Trismegistus.
I know.
Whoa,
I read lore.
that's a long one.
For fun.
Does it also mean great or something?
My name means Mona the Great Astrologist.
Yeah,
As
the
for
thrice
old
is
hag,
great.
Hers is, in plain speech, the thrice as great scholar of the stars. Just take it as a title specific to astrologists.
Thrice as great? That's so...
I know, right?
She got on well with
Just
our
what she
Haytham.
is. She used to call herself Magistus, actually, but when she took me in, she changed her name to Trismegistus.
Talk about excessive.
Magistus is thus the calling card of our school, so to speak, which makes it about the same as a surname. It's all right if you don't get it. You can look into it further should you need to study astrology more deeply.
These jokes are bad.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
But anyway, you're not Fontanian, are you, Mona? You're from Mondstadt, right?
Well, I was born in Mondstadt, yes. My parents migrated to Dornman Port, and I traveled with the old hag for a while, after which I settled down in Mondstadt City.
Oh, that's a good thing then. At least we know you won't be dissolved by Fontaine's waters.
Yeah. I was gonna send you right back to Mondstadt if you were a Fontanian.
Right?
I would have arranged you to be deported.
Too close to
Oh no.
strange all the same.
Never like, can you do me a favour?
Well, the water, I mean.
Did you come to Fontaine because of the prophecy, Mona?
That was the main reason, yes. Just a while back, the Steambird invited me to take part in a panel
Imagine
and speak
going
about the
to a
circulation of the
country that
prophecies
you
and
know is
astrologists.
going to have
The
an
invitation
insane
was sent
natural
quite early
disaster
on.
in like
I don't think
few
anyone expected
days.
Fontaine to be in this much trouble.
Catastrophe tourism.
Very sane traveling plans. Reminds me of the interview of this one dude who traveled to countries after a natural disaster struck just because of how cheap it was.
Oh.
That is fucked up.
No, that's mad. Because the aftermath can last for years. Like, you get disease outbreaks.
Yeah.
Like, that's awful.
What I can tell you is that I'm an astrologist, and that this prophecy concerns the fate of Fontaine, even that of all Tevat. Ascertaining this is akin to reading the fortune of the whole world. I'm afraid that this is not something that just anyone can do. If I could do it, you would no longer call me an astrologist, but a visionary. But on the flip side, the prophecy is so huge and powerful that it must surely come from a powerful visionary. Its contents involve the fate of the world. Disregarding it would be a mistake.
A visionary? Sounds really powerful and all, but does such a person really exist?
Of course. The old hag could do it, and I bet there are others amongst those Hexenzirkel colleagues of hers who could do something similar.
Are we gonna meet Barbeloth? Please no. Could you help me get in touch with your master?
Are you sure? All right, I'll help you. It isn't often that I see you with such a serious look on your face. I'll tell you once I hear back from her.
Cool.
Thanks, Mona. You're amazing as always.
Oh, well, this is something only I can do after all. So yes, your praises are quite welcome.
I love her.
That's the greatest of astrologists for you. Of all the people
We haven't seen her in a while.
No, I think
Indeed.
like
Since
the
summer.
2.8 event.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Like,
I came to see what all the commotion was about.
was it 2.8?
If there's
Yeah.
anything you need,
It's like,
Petro.
do not hesitate to
Jesus.
inform the Spina di Rosso.
That's been a long time.
So guess we were getting a little too carried away there. Well, I'll go tend to my own business now. If I receive any news, I'll be sure to come find you two again.
And there she goes, quick as rushing water. And here we are with the Spina guy giving us suspicious looks.
Try to keep it down next time, Paimon.
Spoken for you, it'd be you getting all the weird looks. Huh. The things Paimon does for you.
Thanks, Paimon.
That's more like it.
I wish I could sleep too.
Me too.
I'm feeling kind of sleepy. But it's time to get up, traveler. We agreed to go see Novelette, so let's pack it up and get going.
KK.
It's her.
My favorite magazine.
You're here! Finally!
Huh? Did something happen?
Is something wrong?
Monsieur Neuvillette and Lady Furina, they seem to have gotten into a dispute. Please go see for yourself.
Imagine you go in and you just see books and vases flying.
Like I said, I've already explained everything.
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuses between us. It is not my intention to offend you, but please, tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalor, are you not? Look at this. This is a list of the victims from the recent Poisson incident.
You mean they're all...
Yes. They are all dead.
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster, and I will not have it happen again.
Sorry, girl, you really need to step up.
Once more. You must tell me everything you know. Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson. Do you know anything about those?
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't know anything about that. But you found them in some ancient ruins, you say?
That's correct. Which is why I came to ask you some
Oh yeah, this is epic rap battles. ADHD versus autism.
The other 3 feature different images that seem to correlate to the prophecy.
The prophecy?
The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if confessing something. Do you know nothing of this either?
I don't. I've never seen such slates.
Be right
I'll
back,
ask
cause
you
of her
again.
risk.
Do you really have no information regarding the previous Archon? My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for, a certain sin. If anyone would know about it, it should be you.
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so strange that I know nothing? I understand your concerns, but I'm sorry. I just don't have anything to tell you.
Side eye.
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Furina, but I have long known of your various secret investigations into certain matters. There are several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy on the sly. This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange that you should also claim to not know any of Egeria's secrets, as well as do nothing following your inquiries. You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool. And yet, your behavior is very inconsistent.
Gaslight gatekeep. Girl
So
failure.
you've been watching me all this time, have you?
Yeah.
I didn't think you were that type.
You.
Well, since you know about my
He is
secret investigations, then you should know I'm actually working to take care of it. There's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eudix, but you're still my subordinate. You should be following my lead.
Girl, people are
Me,
dying.
You're Archon and do as I say. Never mind whether you can truly convince yourself to or not. It'll all turn out fine. That's all I have to say. We do not discuss this matter again. Oh, the opera's about to start.
Are you serious? Be so fucking serious right now, Furina.
It's like, excuse me, bruh.
Should have stripped her, honestly.
Furina not notice us standing by the door? Wonder what's up with her. She was smiling. She didn't seem in the mood to care if we were listening in or not.
I don't like her. She's so unserious. She seems to be deliberately hiding something. Like, this is not the time.
I assume you've been
Like, even if she's doing something, she can at least share some tiny details so that people are more at ease that she is doing something.
I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion reached impasses time and again, a state of affairs that we cannot allow to continue. Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis for understanding, so why did she keep refusing to engage?
I'm afraid questions alone might not suffice. We need to make her understand how dire the situation actually is.
Everyone in her inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret. The issue is her attitude. I fear that she will not reveal anything unless absolutely forced to. We may have to create a situation in which she will have no choice but to speak.
Can I...
Can you?
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when
Yeah, I want to...
Perhaps we must have the Hydro Archon experience just
exactly my thoughts, Novelette.
Furina's seen so many trials, and she's really good at dodging questions. How do we make sure that she won't just slip away at the first chance she gets?
We will need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with various parties, and then do what we can. If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but we must prevent the prophecy from coming to pass. This may be cruel to her, but all Fontaine is in crisis. The information a god possesses is too precious, and so we must take a chance on this.
Yeah, like at the pace that we're going right now with her hiding so much, everyone will be dead by the time she does anything.
Yeah.
In that case, we will need help.
But who will lend us their aid to do such a thing?
Who are you gonna call?
Ghostbusters! Oh, Furina Busters! A few days later. Oh, no, a few days later. On a boat somewhere quite far. This is so funny. I don't know. It's not meant to be funny. I just find it
Speaking
funny.
of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Poisson was just involved in a disaster, so it's presently devoid of people. That naturally makes it the best choice.
And here you are drinking tea like it's the most natural thing in the world, huh?
That's what families should do. Sit and enjoy a leisurely time together.
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know? Care for a cup?
Lend me your ears, everyone. Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you, friend?
Not Femi.
Me? No. I don't think I can.
Poor guy.
Then
It's just
how about you, good sir?
The whole gang is here.
On this boat to become as somber as it is in court.
My Pookie.
Then I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things. Wonderful, the spotlight at last.
Do you not have more
I guess I'll be
chairs?
facilitating things from here.
No. They were kind of just flooded.
Long-winded, don't you think?
Oh, you might be right. Anyway,
It's
to cut to the chase,
Fontaine.
our friend here, the traveler,
Ito. No, it's
brought us
Fontaine
together to
Vagon.
discuss something.
Lesbian Ito Sara. There we go.
As for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together to create a series of traps.
Did someone say traps? Fred from Scooby-Doo
Well, it's just a discussion, really.
walks in.
One that I just learned from Chlorand and used on the spot.
So,
Just
let's invite
demasks
her to
Furina.
explain in detail. A round of applause, please.
The mayor of Fontaine.
Huh?
It's always the
Why did you
mask.
say that you would be facilitating this?
And I would have gone away with it
Your
if
work doesn't
it.
involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to practice. You might
That's
even
actually
pick
how
up
it
some
goes. You might as
fancy
well just give up
oratory
now.
tricks to impress
No
your
need to
boss
play
with
it
in the
more.
future.
I see. And what does my boss say?
Oh, he's your boss.
He is glad that you consider him your boss. Do go on.
No, that's so cute.
He's so silly. How can like someone not like him? He's
In
doing
that
his
case,
It's those
do
god
any of you
awful
have
tendrils
experience
of hair.
hunting? Not that I recall.
Stop.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick and a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger.
Find that
As
so
for
funny.
Oh, yeah.
Wooden stick
right.
in a
You
basket.
were sick that day,
Hello.
weren't you?
I've also gone diving to catch some
Oh,
fish
we're
before.
here.
Does that count?
You
Hello,
just missed.
Fremmy.
You missed the amazing Scooby-Doo joke I just
Ralphie
pulled.
once played the Marechaussee Hunters.
Oh, that's how you pronounce it.
I'll see it eventually.
I knew that.
One day.
The two
Though
E's
that
is
was
just
their
because it's
name,
feminine.
They did not hunt animals, but rather various monsters left behind by the ancient dynasty of King Remus. Today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society, taking up arms in other lines of work. They even left a unique methodology of hunting in their wake.
I find it funny how, like, interesting more, how Remuria is supposed to be kind of like ancient Rome, and the king
Yeah.
was Remus, because I don't know if you know the founding story of Rome.
Not well.
So basically there was these two brothers, Romulus and Remus.
Yeah.
And basically Rome is named after Romulus. And I find
Those the guys that like got raised by like an animal.
they were raised by a wolf.
Yeah, no, I remember. I sort of remember that now.
Yeah. And I find it funny how they used Remus for this one. Like the brother that didn't get to have the city named after him.
A trap
Oh,
comprises
no.
of the following components: bait, a trigger, and a containment device. Sometimes a lethal implement will also be necessary to deal with the prey.
Damn,
So,
Clowns,
if
maybe
we were
you
to build
can
a trap
trap
together,
me.
right now, what would you choose to build it with?
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped. Pigeons and rabbits will see the bait and naturally enter the snare. Our line of work requires a deft hand, and we're some of the
The
best
bait
in the
being
industry,
those
so
thighs,
you can
cause
count on our
jeez.
You said those
I wasn't
techniques were
gonna
moving
say
people
that,
to
but I was
croissants, didn't you?
thinking it.
My subordinates mentioned that you even performed some magic for the balling
What?
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime. I'm quite the multitasker if I do say so myself.
I love
I'm
him.
afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit.
Look at you.
I prefer more stable methods, like placing bait in the water and waiting for the fish to come within reach. That's the kind of method I would count on.
Is it just me, or are his eyelashes like very slightly grey?
Oh, they are.
And I
They're
can
a
be their
bit lighter.
assistant.
With discretion, I'm sure.
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical animal. Papa once bought me some small clockwork squirrels, mice, and such. When placed in the forest, they can attract others of their kind. I remember that you liked those too, didn't you?
Or she can trap me between those tits.
Vine boom.
And that would be a good way to go
How do you know
about it.
you like those?
If they're realistic enough, animals of the same kind will follow them all the way to the trap.
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
I fear I do not
They
have
knew
any
what they were
related
doing
experience.
when they made her model.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
You usually solve
Like the
problems
one
directly,
button that's
without
holding
the
on
use of
to
any
your life.
But I do have one more question for you,
The
Monsieur.
creases.
If we were to create
The
a trap,
creases
Okay,
on
how
the
would you design it?
Enough horny. This is serious, guys.
Even
Calm
I'm not
down.
that bad.
Would
Oh,
like for it
come
to be
on, if it was
effective, but bring
Risley,
no
we'd
harm
all
to the
be doing
prey.
the same
A
shit.
more gentle trap would be ideal.
I did.
At this point, he's also got one button holding back those massive tits. Like, come on.
I did scold Freya last time when she was like very thirsty in the recording. Like, you normally look at the people talking and not the tits of the guy next to you.
No, it was the first thing you look for in a man is his heart. The fact his tits are in the way is not my fault.
Anyway.
Anyway.
Wait, remember that one art I sent you of him, like, like a few weeks ago?
Yeah, I remember it very well.
Freya, have you seen it?
I don't. I've seen so many Risley arts. Like,
we can send it in the chat later.
Oh, right. I'll save it again. Cause
If we wanted
damn.
to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also goes for prey that must be captured and safely contained.
Wait, why's that?
Only a hunter who's a
Oh,
true
come on, they're
expert at subduing
sticking
their
out.
prey
Like,
can
come
snare
on.
them without harming it.
I know.
Seriously.
The line
Now.
between life and death is often exceedingly thin.
So, are we going hunting together?
Huh.
It sounds so fucked up.
As hunters. It kinda works, but maybe it's still not the best metaphor.
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting metaphor is actually quite accurate.
It still sounds
but we
fucked
shall
up.
require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god, being whose seat is an exalted throne.
That's right.
Oh, so that's what's going on. Sounds very interesting.
He talks so theatrical.
I am in love with that man.
I can't believe
I need to
he
take off
shares
my
the same
sweater.
VA as Blade.
We don't talk
Damn,
about
getting
Blade
hot
here.
in here with all these characters.
Yeah. What you need is simply the secrets she's keeping. Attempting to take her secret is an act of sacrilegious disrespect, but must be done to prevent Fontaine from sinking into the waters as foretold in the prophecy. There is neither hunter nor prey, but there must be a trap. That is what you will need. We could shoot her in the foot and drag her to the court. It's not that difficult, guys. She was jumped
I
by
mean, she has
Arlecchino.
feelings.
Her feelings don't matter when the people are dying.
But still, it's at least a bit better than just shooting her in the foot.
She'll be alright. It will heal.
If we can do it a nicer way, we do it a nicer way.
No, Barbara's.
Oh.
It's been a tough few days, hasn't it? So much has been happening.
Those meetings sure did make me hungry.
Paimon didn't think the meetings would go on for so long, but everyone seemed pretty fired up, huh? Paimon thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Fremine was, now that Paimon thinks about it, but everyone else just looked a little surprised.
Oh, bless him.
Do you feel more confident after the meetings, Paimon? Femine is so soft.
Doesn't have any experience with this sort of thing.
Just a little.
Paimon sure will do great.
Eats him like a marshmallow.
Is something wrong?
Did you just pour some tea? Paimon didn't notice you doing that at all.
No, I didn't.
Then what's that? Paimon's never seen that cup before.
I have.
Don't be frightened. I'm just joining you two for tea. I merely refrained from saying anything till now.
Who's that voice? But there's no one here.
Ah, have you forgotten me already?
Wait, familiar.
Oh.
You're the voice we heard from the sky in Sumeru.
The voice from the
Dora has
sky,
not seen that cup before.
I fear that description is wrong. Though, not completely wrong. You're feeling lost now, just as you were feeling previously. I sensed that confusion and thus came to you. Guiding people is an irresistible hobby of mine, after all.
Who are you and what do you want with us?
Consider me a passerby, just accepting a commission from my friend's disciple on a whim.
Friend's disciple. So this is one of the friends of Mona's master, the enigmatic N of the Hexen Circle. Will Fontaine's prophecy come
The
true?
prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
What? Then is there any way we can stop it?
I still
I
like the
believe
theory
you've
that it's
witnessed a failed
Diluc's
attempt
dad.
with your own
Man,
eyes.
not dad, mom, I
Can
mean.
everything in Tevat so
Oh,
easily
really?
be
Yeah,
changed?
because he has the same tea set.
Ah, that's cute. I like that, yeah.
There it is again, fate.
So you've caught on. Just as prophecies are usually
Because there were
only
the same
future as seen
teacups
from the
in
perspectives of
the
gods.
event
Could
with
things
the
be
Hexen
happening in
Circle.
hidden corners
And
where God's
people were
gaze
like,
does not
bro, that tea
Are the
set is
things
from
that you shall
Diluc's
see
house.
different from the fact that the gods perceive?
She probably is not, but, well.
You can hope. We're starved. We're starved. The content one.
It all sounds really impressive and important and stuff, but it also sounds kind of scary.
Scary. Spoopy even. The teacup is just about gone as
I
well.
believe that you understand,
These
right?
scary
Some things are
skeletons.
insignificant, but others you must reach out to change. Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part. This was good tea, by the way. Thank you for your hospitality.
Especially your tea.
Well, that'll be all for today.
The voice. It's gone.
Oh look, we get the cup.
Mage Anne, is this the clue you're leaving for us? The unexpected news lead. Wake up, someone seems to be outside.
I want to hear someone talking. Alright, coming.
You're getting more diligent, Paimon.
Hey, it's you who's getting lazy, okay?
Fuck you.
Well, I see I've walked in on some lively banter.
How have you been these past few days? I really can't read.
Fine. I went to take part in that Steambird panel.
Just
Turned out to
fine,
be
that's
more
it.
interesting than I expected. Not all Fontanians are pessimistic about this. One journalist mentioned that sitting around and waiting for the end to come would be wrong, and that they should make their own rescue preparations. I agreed, so we had a brief chat with her.
Did she have pink hair by any chance?
Why, yes, it was Charlotte. You remember her, right? That daredevil journalist?
I don't like her.
I'm in full support of her view. Prophecies are very important, but how can people allow their lives to be commandeered by just a few words?
That's right! Paimon's glad to hear something sensible for once.
Yes, about what we had discussed before. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't reach the old hag. I'll try again tonight, but I wouldn't get your hopes up.
Kind of funny how she calls her the old hag.
Yeah. Actually, someone already came over.
Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
I believe she came to pass a message to us.
She said that even the god's gaze has blind spots. Pretty bold if you ask Paimon. Most people would believe the gods to be all-knowing, right?
Oh, come on, Paimon. We've met enough gods to know that that isn't true.
As for the mage named N, the old hag has mentioned her a few times. She said that N's sense of direction is incredible, and that she loves guiding those who are lost. But I've never met her, and if she were still alive, she'd be... well, suffice it to say that the hag's at least a few hundred now, and N's been around for longer than that.
Damn.
The Hexen Circle sounds like a scary group.
Honestly, I don't know what
Really
I think about them.
Long.
Their abilities alone are pretty
It's just
terrifying.
a lot of unknown
If she
for her,
came to
so
see you
you can't really
I mean,
formulate.
Alice
the
is
problem you're
a
facing
part.
must truly be of great importance.
I mean, so far the only two people we really know something about is Rhine-Daughter and Alice, and I don't like either of them.
Yes, she was quite cryptic, but
You can only
I
thank
suspect she
Granddaughter
means
for
there's still a
making
way to turn
Albedo
things around.
everyone.
Yeah, but
She
not
didn't say
a lot
when or
more,
what that
because
would be,
she's
though.
kind of a shit mother.
Scar and A type
Perhaps
relationship.
there's
The
something
thing
that
is,
we
she
do not
made
know
3 Albedos.
Oh god.
Like, not just 1, 3.
True, her words were meant as a helpful hint, but when will we realize the value and meaning? Was that the best answer that my question could have gotten?
Traveler, Paimon, are you two alright?
Can I think for a second? Thank you.
We're fine. We're just a little down right now.
It really does feel like doomsday preparations.
Yeah.
I see. I feel that same sense of desperation too. I guess you could consider
As the
me
world
someone who has
caves
often
in type
witnessed
beat.
fate. So far as I have seen, it cannot be swayed. But even so, I still hope for and believe in miracles.
Loki, what would we be doing in this
I
situation?
don't want to think about
But
it.
fate may not be. It is cruel, but it can also
Fair
be
enough.
beautiful. Perhaps that's what En was trying to tell you. Not to lose heart, and to believe that what you are seeing playing out before you is not yet set in stone. I did originally think of steering clear of all this, but I couldn't. Even if this is all futile, I still wish to help everyone. If we don't struggle to the last, then how can we face the end when it comes?
Huh. You do have a point.
There I go, talking about astrological principles again. Sorry about that. The moment I start talking about work-related stuff. Oh, I need to get going.
Don't worry about it, Mona, and thank
It
you.
was worth trying to comfort you, even if only a little. I believe that you'll help those who are struggling in the same way I did. I suppose that might be why we always seem to meet by coincidence.
Paimon feels kind of moved by what Mona said. But also kind of sad, too. Hey, Traveler. Paimon suddenly feels like going outside for a walk. Let's go. Let's walk around the city, shall we?
Suddenly
There's a few spots
feels.
we always like to walk by.
Ah yes, walk, and I sprint at full speed.
Huh? Our names are written in this newspaper. What's going on?
Maybe we're famous. Obviously we are famous.
The underwater stronghold, the Fortress of Meripede, has continued in its noble autonomy, but that does not mean that others cannot interact with it. My recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Huh. Guess Charlotte still hasn't given up on that. Thus, did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report. A blonde adventurer with their white fairy, legends trailing in their wake. It is said that this mysterious traveler once visited the underwater fortress. So while the fortress's interior remains a mystery behind closed doors, do not fear, for the tales of the traveler contain surprises in spades. Journalist Charlotte's biggest scoop yet, the Traveler's Trail, World Walker. Huh. Charlotte took so many awesome photos of us and we never even noticed her. She hasn't been able to get a hold of anything on the fortress, so since
Not
we're
in
easier to
Germany.
find, she's using us as
I'm
a subject
suing
matter
you.
instead.
That seems to be the case.
Seriously? Well, fine. Those headlines and photos do look cool, so Paimon will forgive her this time.
You're so easy, Paimon.
We're here! Paimon's hungry. Should we go in and get something to eat?
Again? We eat so much.
Hey, quick! Look! That's the limited edition only 16 slices a day cake!
It hasn't already sold out for the day?
It was so delicious the last time we tried it! Despite the tense situation we were in, let's give it another go. I'm sure it'll be great!
We can't let anyone get ahead of us.
One slice of cake, please.
Betrayal.
It's amazing.
Oh, are you here to buy cake too? It seems Monsieur Nervalette was right. You really can.
Wait, did I really say something like that?
That's right. Even he has his own preferences when it comes to food. As for
By
me,
food, he means
I
water.
love the cake and coffee.
Do you come here often?
Do you come here?
Usually every day.
Every day?
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work. I shall have my cake and coffee.
Good for you, Sabine. Good for
Then
you.
what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing
I
soon,
like her
and you wouldn't get
voice.
to eat cake here
Yeah,
anymore?
me too.
What would you think?
That's why she's
But
my
why
favorite
would it
Melusine.
Well, Paimon doesn't know either, but maybe the waters will rise tomorrow.
Are Melusines
Oh,
affected?
the prophecy.
Oh, I
To
don't
be
know
honest,
actually.
I haven't paid much attention to that. No. Still, even if there'd be no more cake tomorrow, that wouldn't keep me from having some today. No. It's the same for eating in general. You might not be able to eat tomorrow, but if you can do so today, then you should carry on. That's what people call living, you know.
She's so wise.
Huh.
Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have 2 more slices of cake to go?
She's so sweet.
These 2 slices are for you.
And we have
Citrine said that
3.
this kind of expression you're making is what humans call
No one's for her.
being sad.
Oh, you know Citrine?
I sure do. She was born before me, and she sometimes comes to the surface to teach us things about humans.
Ah, I
She
see.
said that humans are creatures that are saddened easily. Yes, and you can only lift their spirits by feeding them delicious food. Please try the cakes here. I've got something else to do, so I'll be going now. You two try to stay in a good mood after eating, all right?
What about paying the bill?
She did pay though.
There she goes.
I love her wings.
Yay!
Let's dig in. I'm sure this cake will be delicious.
Yeah.
What type of cake is this? I need to make it.
It's more delicious than last
It looks something citrusy.
Do you think it's pistachio?
I don't know.
Sure would be nice if we could always eat.
It could also be like lemon and lime.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Mint?
Oh, it is green. Just a
Or
line.
like natural mint?
Maybe, but then I don't want it. I don't like when my cake is minty.
Oh, stop the mint slander! I live off that stuff.
You're so British. You only like mint and everything because you're British.
I drink peppermint tea like it is, like, I don't know, my life substance.
Have you seen the article I wrote about you?
Mint is too cold.
Can we negotiate a profit split?
Okay, business, I like it.
I heard that you were in Poisson some time back, so I sent you a letter to discuss just that. It appears you didn't receive it, though. It's all right, though. I've set aside the amount intended for you. I've even
How
set
do
the
you
table with
just
some
send a letter to someone at a cold island?
You're almost a little too easy to win over, Paimon.
A postman looking around the entire island would be like,
Paimon knows you're not like that.
Still, what brings you here all of a sudden? Were you looking for me?
When Mona mentioned you, we thought of coming to see you at work.
Mona here in Fontaine. So she mentioned me? What did she say?
She said that you're a real daredevil of a journalist.
Accent.
In which case, can this daredevil journalist dare to request an exclusive interview with the legendary traveler in
No.
Paimon?
No.
So your article in the paper today doesn't count?
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography. What I'd like to do is dive deeper and ask you to talk about the things you've seen.
Don't we have better things to do? There's kind of
save a nation.
Yeah, there's kind of a catastrophe coming.
Why not? If I say you're worth an interview, then you're worth it. But not right now, of course. I'll need a few days to prepare.
Oh, in that case, we'll just chat when you have the time then?
Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid! I'll tell the editor-in-chief immediately. I'll have to apply for lighting, a venue, some props, and...
Mm-hmm.
Whew, so much to get done now. Talk to you later.
And you just never turn up.
Wait, Charlotte, Paimon's still got a question for you.
This is basically just Paimon having an existential crisis.
If, just for example, Fontaine were to be flooded tomorrow, what would you do today?
Huh. That's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? I mean, I do hear about it often, but I've never once thought that the day could be tomorrow. If you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist first and foremost. That means I have a duty to be reporting from the scene. And secondly, I wouldn't forsake my homeland that easily. From what I've seen, most people don't know what they'd do should the worst come to pass.
Honestly, I think it would be just
It might be
like
better just to behave like normal
yeah,
rather than
just to
worry
carry
over
on
such an
like
end.
usual.
So in all
Keep
likelihood,
calm and carry
I'll
on.
probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours. I know what you're thinking. That sounds a bit sad, but I've always believed that it's best to do what you enjoy. Just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I still successfully finish an exclusive interview with a truly unique person, then the story I would wind up writing would truly be timeless. And then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing, and use messenger pigeons to get copies out to the various nations as soon as possible. I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic, but I do love my job, and I'd be proud of leaving such an article behind. I guess you could say that I was born to be a journalist.
Aw.
But anyway, that's my answer. And on that note, I'll get back to my preparations.
That's so nice. All of a sudden, Paimon actually kinda envies her.
Oh, to have a
Anyway,
job
let's
you
go and
like.
take a look at the scene, shall we?
Why do you want to look at the sea now? That would be the last thing I want to see.
The sea breeze and scenery can be a pretty soothing combo, huh? Paimon's been thinking.
Yes.
Oh god, she's
If it
been
wasn't
thinking.
Fontaine, but all of Tevat that would be destroyed tomorrow, where would we go and what would we do? No.
I don't know, where
Paimon should
could
ask,
we go?
If you could choose, what would you like to do?
Just like Charlotte said, suddenly trying to consider what to do is pointless.
We've been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things.
Honestly, I would probably go look for Albedo. Like, go back to my roots. Until that moment comes, I think I'll keep journeying on.
Still traveling?
Yes, cherishing every single moment that I have to look upon this world.
Wait, isn't that what we've always been
Yeah,
doing?
I think that's the point, Paimon. The banter goes back and forth between the two of you as time slips by. As night falls, you return to your accommodations and end this busy day. The next few days are just as calm. Charlotte comes to find you and conducts the interview in the Furina di Rosula safe house at the that place. Navia,
That
having
place.
finished her business in Poisson, even drops by to take a photo with you, the two of you. All goes well. Okay, so what about our plan?
Feels like you'll grow mold if you stay here long enough.
What?
But it's still better than the
Moist.
Fortress of Mirapede, that's for sure. It's not only damp there, but salty too.
So the two of you are still here. Wonderful.
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermonia, aren't you?
I don't know, I can't tell these
I'm
people apart.
Isadora. Monsieur Nervillet sent me to look for you two before.
The only
I
two
heard that
people
afterward you
I
went to the
could
Fortress of
tell
Meropide.
apart were Melus and Silver, and they're dead.
Stop! No! No!
So are you under the impressions that we might be wanted criminals?
Not at all.
Today we should
I'm
all
well
wear
aware that your
sunglasses in
friends
memory
have
of Silver.
Actually, I'm here to pass along a message.
It's raining.
Yeah, it is raining here, but
you know what that means.
The villain is sad, or I live in England. Both.
Let's hear it.
Yes, inside the Opera House. The Maréchaussée Phantom has declared the incident a small-scale riot.
Oh?
A riot?
Well,
That is truly
said,
France.
I don't personally think it was that serious. Lady Furina was watching a performance at the Opera House, and while she was resting
Just
during
getting
an
more
intermission,
signs that the
audience
bed
members
bugs
suddenly started
exist.
harassing her, loudly accusing her of doing nothing about the
I
prophecy
mean,
crisis. And before she could respond, others started to join in. The crowd continued to grow, and protests against the Hydro Archon started to break out.
I think it would just
So
look
people
better if
started to
she
put the blame on
didn't
Furina.
go
Guess they finally found an
to
outlet for the
operas
pressure
and
they've been under due
trials
to the prophecy.
all day.
Yeah.
I agree.
I guess she has that secret
People
that
will
is
naturally
sort of
rely on
protected.
gods, as is customary. But the moment people feel threatened, gods are also the first to be blamed.
So what happened after that? Is Furina okay?
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control and that further argument was pointless, she claimed that she'd gotten tired of this and left in a hurry. The Maréchaussée Phantom had their hands full maintaining order and did not catch where Lady Furina had gone. Only when things had stabilized did we realize that she had
Oh,
gone
great.
missing.
Now she's missing.
You mean she's still missing?
That's right. The
They're
Maréchaussée
not-
Get
has
Hazel on
dispatched
this.
many
He'll have
people
it
to
sorted
search
out
for her.
immediately.
She's
We
not
don't
doing
have any
anything
leads
to
yet.
make herself look
That
better.
said, I don't think
No.
there's much to worry about. She is a god after all. Even if she were to fall into the hands of rioters, what could ordinary people do to her?
She was jumped in the streets and all she did was beg for mercy.
They're jumping me! They're jumping me! Step off! It's such a funny audio.
I understand the situation.
Monsieur Nervillet sent me to tell you about the situation.
Monsieur Nervillet.
He didn't say anything else.
Monsieur Nervillet.
They sound like they're chewing something.
Yeah, it should be light and airy.
Is that so? Well, all right then. In that case, you two take care. I'll be heading back to the Palais now.
Oh, she goes.
The fuck? Why are you looking at like this?
Well, sounds like we should hurry over to Poisson then.
Oh, okay. So was it supposed to happen? You sure caught on quickly.
You know Furina, she won't try to fix things in this situation. Instead, she'll look for a place to wait out the heat.
Pussy behavior.
And as we also know, she may be loud and dramatic, but she doesn't have a heart of stone.
But she does not have a spine.
Whenever I was talking to her in the Palais
She's
Mermonia,
invertebrate.
and she heard about Poisson, she couldn't hide her sadness and remorse. It would be hard for her to ignore being accused by the public today. Paimon thinks Furina's probably taken the opportunity to slip away to Poisson and try to release a sense of
Poisson.
guilt that she's
It's like croissant.
Well, what do you think?
Come on,
Come
it's an easy
Julia
one.
analysis to back it up too.
I see becoming a detective has done you some good. Did you say detective? Hazel pops in.
Yay!
Oh, is that girl I see?
It's Furina, right over there. She really is here.
She's having that moment.
Can we push her in? She would probably appreciate that prank. Anyway.
Listen.
Should I just give up? This is all meaningless. What was meant to happen did happen after all. Everyone's dead. I'm sorry. I am so sorry.
I don't feel bad for
Womp
her.
There's
womp.
no point in holding
Yeah,
out.
womp womp.
I'm sorry.
Oh wait, I have Nitro. I can play
Other than to repeat
other things.
meaningless apologies over and over.
Hang on.
What? Furina.
Who's that?
Don't worry, Furina. It's just us.
Actually, you should worry because I'm about to push you in.
So it is you, blonde traveler from another land. Why, I almost thought you were someone from that mob of my ignorant subjects. Come to kneel and beg for my forgiveness.
Okay, so
You were crying just now, weren't you? The tear stains on your face are obvious.
I don't feel bad for her
What do you
though.
mean, tear stains? Oh, I remember. The show at the Opera House earlier this morning was so moving.
Furina, it was a comedy.
Process it. What did that uncivilized rabble think they were? Disturbing my enjoyment of the arts. They even dared to tout their archon. I must teach them a lesson. I can just imagine their twisted and frustrated faces once they realize that I'm nowhere to be found.
This is why they don't like you
Sure,
anymore.
Nouvellette and those people from the Marsh Chaussee Phantom are freaking out right next to them too.
Stop trying to act tough.
Her voice actor's done a really good job, I
There she
think.
is! The Hydro Archon's over there! Quick, after her!
This is very Friends core.
Just missing the bed bugs.
I wasn't talking about the bed bugs.
I can't let them get their way.
Off she goes.
Furina just ran off. Quick, we have to catch up with her.
Catch up with her.
Badum.
Oh my gosh. Why did you pull Furina if you don't like her?
She's a good unit.
Oh damn, we're meta now.
Yeah.
No, do not group me in with this. What do you mean I can't only pull men? What do you mean? Ayako was an accident.
There's a good hiding spot over here. Quick, come to Paimon before the rest of them catch up to you.
What is this place?
Hurry, they're almost here.
Sorry, that was so funny.
I suppose haste is warranted. Lead the way.
I'm just hearing you type.
Everyone's exhausted.
I'm so tired. I totally thought they had caught me. No, I
mean, I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed.
You might want to lower your voice to stay hidden.
Right. Yep, that's a good girl.
What's happening? The ground's shaking. Is it an earthquake?
Another disaster just struck, I suspect.
Yeah. A quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson, didn't it?
So did those people outside just die?
It can't be.
Yeah.
It's
No,
happening.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Nevertheless,
Hey,
made some
Max.
emergency plans, so the evacuation should go a lot smoother this time.
Yeah.
But we had it covered.
I hope you're right. But the people of Poisson, they've already...
Yeah, well, it could have been avoided if someone here could have done something.
Oh no.
As Furina finally reached her limit, now that she's talking about her actual feelings, she's starting to look far less stiff.
It's true. I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds of years. I once had informants all over Tevat, searching for clues and feeding information back to me. I've tried all kinds of ways, too, to hold back the sea. Anything to keep the coastline from advancing. But all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. Really, the truth has been clear to me for a very long time. We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way, and the prophecy shall be fulfilled.
But even then, you still haven't given up, right?
Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean finally coming to terms with fate, but also for me to finally be free.
Well, that would also mean that all hope would disappear.
Indeed. I've thought about giving up so many times, especially after we almost lost Poisson. Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules. The prophecy has only just started to come true, and so many people have already lost their lives. But just now, it all became clear to me. I still don't have the right to come to terms with fate on behalf of everyone else. As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still not too late. Don't worry. I will keep hope alive for everyone until the very end. Well, that's enough for now. I got the impulse to play the stricken maiden, but honestly, considering my rank and station, that wasn't a good fit at all.
She's low-key a more
Any of what I
annoying
just said
official.
seriously? How could I possibly let Fontaine fall to the whims of trivial
It's a kid.
prophecy?
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being honest just now.
We're running out of time. We can't just go back to square one like this. I have to get more information out of her. Furina, you might not have to shoulder this burden alone. I wish she would have to, but okay. Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone. Your people are more than willing to share your burden with you. Are they?
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness. Ah, okay, we're going back to that. Cool.
Yes, I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case...
I don't think that makes sense. But okay, there's no time left. Please, Furina, just spit it out. Oh, cutscene.
Yeah.
Oh! That is sick as fuck.
So cold. We had a great time doing that.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance.
I'm trying not
Now,
to swoon.
without further ado, we may proceed to the trial of our
Trying, more like failing.
So, this is what it is. Yes, you deserve praise for the effort you took to raise the dramatic stakes. Do not forget, however, that I am Focalor, the god of justice, the embodiment of justice itself. Does it not strike you as even the least bit absurd to bring the very concept of justice to trial?
May I interpret these words as your refusal to stand trial? In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
Yeah,
You would draw your blade against a god?
I mean, I would too.
I see.
She ate that.
It seems like you have made
Pointy.
up your mind.
Pointy.
Paimon can't believe it. She just surrendered.
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an Archon surrender to a human?
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Lady Furina, what is the meaning of this?
It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be clear, the raising of both hands is not always an indication of surrender.
Looking for excuses again, huh?
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. No duel shall be necessary. I will admit that I've been running away for a long time. I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the people of Poisson. It is my duty to stand trial for my crimes. You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. I, too, am exceedingly disappointed in myself. But now, it is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her courage and resolve. I, Furina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice. This time, I will protect you.
Okay, cool.
Applaud and rejoice. One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the opera epiclese is now unfolding before your eyes. Mark my words.
Things
This
are
shall be
happening.
one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine. The trial of the Hydro Archon, Focalor, will now begin!
Woohoo! Woo!
Now we're making history!
I feel like Furina just took the whole
So
thing.
funny.
Like, come on! Didn't she just get forced to stand trial for her
Well, she will
crimes?
cry a lot, I think.
Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking this seriously this time, right?
All right, then. Who will be my opponent in this trial?
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
Is that so? Very well. Then please speak, witness of Tivat, my accuser and fated opponent.
Let's go!
We were so close to getting her to tell us the truth, and it still turned out like this in the end. It's okay though, as long as we can defeat Furina in court, we'll still have the chance to figure everything out.
Deciding who gets custody of the child.
Who's the child?
Please allow me to ask a final
Paimon.
question before
Oh,
the
okay.
trial begins. Just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
Probably a lot.
We did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rosula.
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates.
Oh!
They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience members, waiting for the perfect opportunity to incite insurrection against you. The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. A spark was all we needed to turn smoldering anger into a flame. Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would likely flee the scene and head to Poisson by yourself.
Why Poisson,
So,
though?
we arranged for a second group to lie in wait there.
So, you mean the ones who scoured the settlement for me were also from the Spina?
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in all of Fontanian history.
He's so silly.
That's right. That house was a magic box, rather than someone's residence.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epiclese, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude.
How did they
and the
get it
distance it traversed
over
was
here?
the entire gap between Poisson and
Did
Erin.
they just dig a whole ass
cargo, of
tunnel
course,
then?
Was an Archon.
The masculine urge to dig a hole.
My thanks, Furina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off
He's
such
a
an
dwarf
extraordinary
and he's digging a hole like in the song.
You're welcome.
Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off.
Yes, so
We
they
had
did
to
Funded by
build a
Pantalone.
kitchen,
Oh.
construct the giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water. It was a lot of work for all of us.
So, in other words, the earthquake that we felt within the giant magic box
Okay,
was
so no
just
one
a
died.
normal
It's good.
tremor from the transportation of the whole house?
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Sorry.
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 Let in Cloran's parts. You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight. Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence without a hitch. Am I right?
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding champion
I think she
duelist
just
in all
knows
of
that you
Fontaine would
couldn't do
accept a
shit.
duel with an Archon without
It's kind of hard to be scared of you.
Thank you.
As for you, traveler, I suppose your role was to keep me distracted with conversation once you found me in Poisson. You'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage.
No.
Oh?
My mission was to give you one last chance. We hoped that you'd share your secret with us before the magic box arrived onto the stage.
Is that so? Then I suppose I must have missed my final chance.
Yeah. Sadly.
It's fine. It matters not. What's done is done. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through to the very end.
Yeah, the only thing we can do now is to judge the Hydro Archon. Still, I can't help but be a little bothered by the conversation earlier. What did Furina want to say to me right before we arrived on the stage?
Sir Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial. According to her, it should speed up proceedings.
Oh, cool.
Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too. Hey, Charlotte!
Imagine you go to formal trial, and then the prosecutor just like, hey!
The exclusive interview that she did with us before?
Prosecutor sees his friend. Suddenly we have to scream across the hall.
It's a perfect timeline of everything that's happened ever since we stepped foot in Fontaine. So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use something from our journey as evidence for an argument.
It's super practical.
Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
Thanks.
You defeated the
Danganronpa moment.
first duels you took.
Okay, so I didn't actually need all of this. Because I'm just that awesome.
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Oh, come on, nervy lads. There's no need to repeat all the unimportant legalese.
Can you shut up
Forward
for a
to the part
second?
where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defendant and the lead actress of this performance, I still haven't even been informed of my supposed guilt in all of this. Of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the actions of a god. However, you will need more than that to convict me of a crime.
That's true. But my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon. Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Ah.
Wait, what was that?
Jack got paid.
Fraud?
Hey,
Zach can eat this month.
we were going to for forsaking our duty, but did I hear that right? She's not our Archon at all?
Charge accepted.
Oh.
Lady Furina, do you plead guilty to the charge?
Well?
Lady Furina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty?
Yeah,
There is
well,
no way
we'll
that
see.
I, Focalor, otherwise known as Furina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true Archon.
Yeah. Even though Lady Furina can be rather eccentric, isn't it going too far to doubt her very identity?
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Furina can be super irresponsible, but what grounds does that prosecutor have to make such a huge claim?
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would be no fooling their
Okay, so any immortal could just claim to be an Archon then.
Yeah.
Oh wow, look at this! Shao is an Archon?
Charge that will never be upheld. If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the God of Justice that you will not have to face trial for making a false accusation. We will treat everything that's happened as a dramatic spectacle and move on with our lives.
That is a lot of yapping for someone who is not guilty.
An argument with near impossible odds, huh? You have to not only refute Furina's claims, but also overturn the long-held beliefs of the people.
But people only see you as their Archon because that's their long-held belief.
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender. If you must persist, then let me ask. If you believe I'm not the Archon, then what manner of being do you think I am? And if I was not the Archon, then how did I manage to live for over 500 years?
I've got to think carefully. What do we know to be special about Furina exactly? Good question. Let's see what we have. So this is the only thing that is talking about Furina's nature.
First of all, you may be a member of
Oh yeah, Milo, you get to see how big my brain is. Because I get most of it right every time on the first try.
ways to extend your life.
Such as a curse.
Who
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words against me.
It doesn't matter who gave us the information. What matters is the veracity of the claim. Is it how you pronounce that?
Yeah.
Okay.
A curse. I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse. But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
So Furina, instead of an Archon, could you just be a cursed human?
Lady Furina is actually a human?
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart just by looking at them. It's not impossible.
I mean, Nahida doesn't look human, but it's only because of her ears.
Don't start
Yeah.
celebrating too early now. Even
And her
if
big
I
eyes.
have been carrying a curse like you
Bug
said.
eyes.
How does that prove that I am merely a human being? Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. Gods can do what humans cannot. That's why they're worshipped as gods. For centuries, manifestations of my authority have
I mean,
served
so
the nation
far,
of
every
Fontaine.
god we've
One
met
need
was an
only to turn
elemental
their eyes
being
towards
in
the
some
Oratrice
way.
Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house. Or consider the endemnitium that is used in every aspect of life.
That only try proved the opposite. Furina actually has no control over the Oratrice at all. Child! Toru!
Reference the Oratrice. But weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared Child to be guilty without any proof? Otherwise, you should have come up with a good explanation for that by now.
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult for humans to comprehend. There is no need to provide an explanation.
That is
Lady
bullshit.
Furina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is in order. While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an Archon, you are also first and foremost the defendant in this trial. You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules of the court.
I never thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Furina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court. Rules that all should respect and follow.
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations of the Oratrice. Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon, haven't they?
The real Hydro Archon. Well, now you're really losing me. It is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave out a guilty verdict that day. But the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally, and it has been operating independently ever since it was first created. You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also be no god at all.
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the Oratrice.
Sure, we can put the Oratrice aside for now, but then, Miss Furina, could you give us a brief demonstration of your power as an Archon?
My power as an Archon? There are many ordinary citizens in the audience. How can I just carelessly demonstrate the formidable power of an Archon?
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
You don't need to go that far.
A brief demonstration of your power over Hydro should be quite harmless. Surely an Archon can at least match the capacities of a human with a vision. Well?
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less the authority of a god?
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all All because of indemnitium. All archons derive their power from the faith of the people, and I've converted the people's faith in justice into indemnitium. Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily lives. Have you ever seen a more magnanimous god?
Isn't that a huge stretch?
Yeah.
Yeah. No matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can a god with no power even still be called a god?
Good question.
It seems like nobody's buying Furina's excuse.
Hey, come now, everyone. Please don't stare at me as if I was a liar. I'm still the same Furina you knew, right? The one that you loved. Shouldn't you want to believe in me? Please? You've got to believe me.
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has committed a grave offense.
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents too? And all of our ancestors? Ever since they were born?
Enough. That's enough. Tell me then, if I'm not the real Hydro Archon, then who is? If you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can back up their claim to be such, then what grounds have you to say that I'm not actually the real deal?
Wow, she came up with yet another argument. How can we refute her now? Seems like she really doesn't want to give up.
Oh god. If we can't prove that she isn't the Archon, we can try to prove that she is just a human. And if she's only a human, how is any of this relevant? This maybe, or I mean, it could be either. It has to do something with the primordial sea. I'm just gonna try this one. Nah. I was thinking it too. And this one?
It has been
Oh.
established.
Yeah.
All Fontanians can dissolve in water from the primordial sea. And that means...
Are you ready to be dissolved into water?
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate all suspicions of you being the latter.
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court. Though you act in partnership with the prosecutor, you must still adhere to proper procedure.
Super sorry, Mr. Chief Justice.
Super sorry.
I swear this really will be the last time
Imagine
that I'll
being in
speak
court
out of
and
turn.
saying super sorry.
I'm
I
showing
got some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a
Stand
massive
my
flood
deepest
struck the
and
area not
sincerest
long ago,
apologies to you, Chief Justice.
taking many lives, including those of some of my closest friends. So, Miss
But
Furina,
my honor,
would
he
you dare
pleads
to touch
oopsie
some of this
daisy.
seawater? If we were to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching the seawater would have no effect on you. All it should do is strengthen your case. But if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse.
This must be like nerve-wracking. Like,
Oh, and I must remind
maybe
you
she doesn't
that
know
after
if
the
she can
disaster
touch
at
it.
Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people dissolve. I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of admitting guilt.
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. The Spina has governed Poisson for many years. I guess her suggestion is valid.
I guess.
If Lady Furina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontanian like all the rest of us. Would she really dare to try?
Oh? Furina?
Lady Furina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you possess the right to decline participation.
Well, of course he had to tell her that.
But refusing to participate is basically the same as a confession of guilt.
I guess, yeah.
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word. It really does seem like she's quite terrified of it. That could only mean...
What's going on? Is she really planning to... That's not what we thought she would...
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Furina, you may...
Oh?
My queen had a good lie.
Yeah, actually. Okay, so she didn't actually know if it would work or not. That's ballsy.
Look at me, everyone! My hand is still
Respect.
here. I haven't been dissolved. Will you believe me now? I really am your Archon. I'm nothing like a normal human who would fall apart as soon as they touch this water. Really? Was this not the most obvious thing in the world?
Miss Siegewing? If you're present, Miss Siegewing, please come forward and attend to the defendant.
Oh, Siegewing.
Siegewing? Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds. Let me see. That should be enough.
Please announce the results of your evaluation to the court, Miss Siegewing.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Furina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. These indicate that she was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial seawater of a similar concentration.
Thank you, Miss Siegewing. Lady Furina, you may return to the defendant's stand.
Oh, wait. What did she just say? I didn't get dissolved. Shouldn't that be enough to prove my innocence?
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did originally prepare a direct sample of the seawater around Poisson. However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. After all, on the off chance that something entirely unexpected might occur, we don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
That is fucked up,
So
though.
out of regard for Furina's life, you secured a low
You know,
concentration
they'll
sample
have to do it
and asked
some
the
way.
head nurse to serve as an expert witness. It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used. Furina could have...
I can't believe you...
Danganronpa moment.
Is she going to go insane? But
Well,
normally when in Danganronpa they do this, you know, in the next scene there it's going to cut to black and then there will be a CG of them absolutely losing it. But what's really going on here? Furina can't have known the consequences of touching water as a human. This is too unlike how she usually acts, unless it's actually more important for her to keep her up her facade. Oh, thank you! But hadn't she given up on everything a long time ago?
Listen to me, everyone.
I'm not sure why I don't talk about this in the video, but if you look at this in the right way, they tricked her into providing evidence that helps them. So they made her do something in the belief that it will prove that she's the Archon, but then they fabricated it in a way that there is no way that she could prove that she is the Archon. Like, they had a nurse basically provides the symptoms of just anxiety and fear as a thing, like, oh, she's reacting to the water. It's fucked up, and I don't understand why it's valid evidence in this case.
Think about it. How can you conclusively prove that an Archon can't also be affected by the primordial seawater? Also, if I was really just a human, why would I dare to just put my hand in that kind of water?
She is losing it a bit.
Please, everyone, anyone, just listen to me.
Reminds me a bit of Mika, not gonna lie.
Nah. Okay, yeah,
Like
maybe
a bit.
a tiny bit before she went
I don't think
bonkers.
anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too stacked against her now.
Okay, well, this is a bit
All the things that
unfair.
have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any way left for Furina to win.
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
I don't think anything she says.
I feel a tiny bit bad for her. But only because I think the last test was very unfair.
Yeah.
She would have been dotted either way, so...
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Furina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Furina is... guilty.
Wow.
Yeah. I like the
We shall
parallel.
now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale to render the final verdict on the charges.
Damn, that looked like the star rail wishing for a second.
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Furina is...
Hmm?
What's wrong? What's the Oratrice's verdict?
That the Oratrice just declared Furina to be innocent?
No. The Oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Oh?
Isn't that correct then?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus. The Hydro Archon, guilty, to be punished via the death sentence.
Does Fontaine even have a death sentence?
I swear we had this conversation the other day. We looked at what countries has it.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that Fontaine has it.
I know. Clearly it does.
The very person we've worshipped as the god
Yeah,
of
the one and
justice.
only time to be given up.
This is so Marie Antoinette core.
The Oratrice? We just wanted to use the trial to show her the seriousness of things so she'd tell us the truth. How did things escalate?
I don't trust the
This
Oratrice.
outcome is indeed
Is that a
quite
hot
strange.
take?
According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as its recommendations for criminal sentences, is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
I don't understand how he keeps his thoughts.
Sentenced to death by the Oratrice. You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearances case.
What's more strange is, instead of Furina, Oratrice rendered judgment on the Hydro Archon.
Indeed. Not only is Furina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Furina has never been the Hydro Archon in the first place. But now, the Oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon. What does this
Something is so fishy about this stupid machine. I can't put my finger on it.
Excuse me, if I
Oh,
may
never mind.
interrupt.
Remy saves the day.
Remy.
Is the trial still going?
Remedy! Oh, you finally made it. I assume this means you've completed your mission?
Mm-hmm. Any mission Father assigns to me will always be top priority.
Is that the first prophecy slate?
Imagine him trying to like carry that in the ocean.
So the knave privately arranged for Fremine to try and find the missing slate.
I looked everywhere.
I'm surprised he
Finally
found
at the
it.
bottom of the sea. It took me a long time to
His
get
otter
around
friends
some
helped him.
dangerous stretches of water. But has the trial already concluded? Then doesn't that mean I've come too late? Oh no. Father will be disappointed in me.
My heart. Oh no. Don't worry, the mystery hasn't been resolved yet. It's still not too late for you to shine.
Thank you for your hard
It's
work,
huge.
Please
It's
allow
like
me to review the record.
thrice his size.
Traveler,
It is one
I hear that
Neverlet's
you have
Hall.
already seen the other existing slates. We'd like you to come here and confirm their contents.
You've also seen them. Why don't you confirm it yourself?
He's supposed to be impartial, I think. This looks like the previous Hydro Archon releasing her divine power, turning the Oceanids into human
I believe I've
beings.
now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
Huh?
Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Furina, and we've already proven that she's not the Hydro Archon. So when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been kinda talking about?
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these stone slates. However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
An association between the contents of the slates and the events in real life.
Let's try to recall the contents of the other 3 stone slates. Paimon will do her best to help you remember.
Thanks, Paimon. You are so smart. Oh, this minigame. Yeah. Okay, let's see.
Slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into humans. Does that mean that Fontanians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paimon wasn't expecting that. But if Oceanids can turn into humans, then perhaps this process can be reversed as well. The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. But the heavens still brought judgment down upon them. This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontanians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the original sin and the Hydro Archon sin are the same thing? The third slate shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea surrounded by many people. Never mind, Paimon. Didn't we also watch that happen to someone else? Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontanians have been talking about. People dissolving into the sea, the Hydro Archon crying on her throne, and so on. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we? But after that incident, it was just a question of when and not if.
I want to try this because this was the first thought I had. Yeah.
It's not as simple as falling into the sea. When Navia fell into the sea, her consciousness was subjected to judgment. The stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. Could that be alluding to the same thing?
I love it when he gets to talk.
We know from the case of the serial disappearances of young women that Fontanians can be dissolved in primordial seawater, and the first stone slate tells us that long ago, the Hydro Archon used her power to turn Oceanids into humans. This might be the reason that Fontanians can dissolve.
It makes sense.
Perhaps what is about to take place has all happened before. The true sin of the Hydro Archon that Nervalet mentioned, and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine,
Nervalet,
as recorded on the stone slates.
Okay, well then.
The prophecy from the stone slates found its way
I
to
did this
society.
one first try.
Not many people
I don't know how I did it.
The fortress of Meropide was nearly flooded
You were
with
better at the other
primordial
ones, though.
seawater, which we know can cause Fontanians to dissolve. It seems increasingly likely that the prophecy may come true. If we hadn't dealt with it in time, things could have gone very badly.
They'll will dissolve into the primordial sea but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater, converge, and take the form of an oceanid. The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin was actually Fontaine's original sin.
This is really hard to understand.
Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a court within her consciousness, and was forced to take part in a trial meant to make her stay. The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meripede was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass no matter what. The prophecy's contents can all be verified by recent events. If we combine what we know together,
Do you want me to quickly explain the death sentence bit? Do you want me to explain the death sentence bit?
No.
No?
I might still understand if I keep going. If I really don't understand, I will ask.
Right.
I mean, it comes together later on.
Yeah, so it usually does.
Especially close to the end.
Gets it now, so that's how you can make sense of it. But then it feels like we're going to have to share some truly shocking revelations.
Let's hear them.
The first slate reveals that Fontanians are not real humans.
Incredible. Linny, did you hear that?
Said the cat girl.
Humans.
All Fontanians were originally created
I'm
by
so
the
happy.
late previous Hydro Archon, with oceanids as their basis. The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontanians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how all the girls Vacher dissolved were also turned into oceanids. Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial, all of them in the shape of oceanids.
Indeed.
I'm just gonna say, oceanids are my least favorite creature in this game.
Really?
Yeah, they really piss me off.
Linny was one.
I think it's trauma from child farming.
Yeah.
Maybe. The second slate reveals that the crime of the Hydro Archon was her creation of Fontanians from oceanids. Oceanids, I'm sorry.
Content of the first slate that she probably angered Celestia by creating humans without prior permission. That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account for that ancient sin.
But it wasn't
The Hydro
Furina.
Archon's true sin was creating us.
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese. The twists of history are often the most unexpected of all.
As for the third slate, I'm still convinced that it should come after the fourth slate.
Yeah, isn't the imagery just like when Navia fell into the sea? So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the fourth slate?
The fourth slate depicts the fulfillment of the prophecy as it's already widely known.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away. Did Paimon get all that right?
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, it is impressive that you already managed to connect so many pieces of the truth. However, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, they've also been etched with an additional layer of hidden information using a different power source. When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. But since we only had 3 slates at the time, I was unable to come
It's
to
a really
full
pretty
conclusion.
slate, though.
Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative recorded within. If everything goes well, we should finally be informed of the unadulterated truth.
Well?
Did you get it?
I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. I will try to briefly summarize it for you.
I like all the playable characters in the front.
Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontainians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both correct. In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land. The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the seven, did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life. Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanid's blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process. But if Fontainians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to their original forms as Oceanids.
That's sad.
Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly
I don't
principles
like
to create
I didn't
a
have
new
the
human
raindrop.
race.
My
Thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
So we were all Oceanids before we turned into human beings?
It doesn't make
That's
sense.
way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never
what
heard a
way?
single
It was
thing.
like the first generation. These people aren't those people
Would the
anymore.
Hydro Archon be sentenced
And
to
some
death?
of them are just
After all, her
mixed.
only sin was creating us.
No, they do mention like the process of having
Get to
children.
the end. It makes more sense when you get all the information.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I was
They
about
do cover
to
that point.
be really mad.
They talk more about it right at the end, so...
Yeah.
Wow.
Might be too much information for your regular Fontainian.
Try not to think about the
Does
specific.
answer a lot of our questions.
It's kind of
Your
hard.
hypothesis regarding the third
Yeah, I know.
and
Just
fourth slates
try and see
was
the bigger
inaccurate.
picture for now.
The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct.
So they are in the right order. What is the third slate supposed to represent
A
then?
key point of the visual on the third slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids. They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of Trials and Justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment and justice. You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate. Therefore, the meaning of the third slate is that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of justice.
Wow!
Yes, it refers to our present situation.
Thank you.
What you're saying is, even though we decided to put on this trial to avoid fulfilling the prophecy, in truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold. So now, it seems, we're the ones making sure it comes true.
What?
What should we do?
I don't know. I don't know, man.
No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled. Is this what it feels like to be a prisoner of fate?
If that's
Well,
the case,
stop.
slate will also be fulfilled soon?
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy in your deductions.
Uh-huh.
About the fourth slate. You probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Meripede served as the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass, yes?
Is that even
However,
public
I believe that rather than
information?
being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact only be a small warning of something far worse to come. As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once before.
I have? Again?
Again.
This eruption was just a small warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause of the disaster.
Just what is the true source of the catastrophe? Girl, what? Probably the whale.
It was both dream and reality.
That was it?
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only be that thing inside the primordial sea, right?
The truth, the original sin, the trial, and the root cause of the disaster.
What does this mean?
Purple thing. Oh. I think it's time. Is this the place?
What the fuck? This is very convenient.
Yeah. When you go to court with your wife to settle custody of your child and a massive whale spawns in the court.
Do not eat the people. Oh.
Oh, look who it is.
Oh my god, it's my husband.
It's child Tartaglia.
That is so hot. Yeah, go back, piss off.
He's about to do something. You're gonna like this. You're gonna like this.
Yeah? Okay.
Yeah, thumbs down, then he fell. Isn't that kind of cool, though?
Was it a thumbs down?
Yes.
It wasn't very clear.
It was like, uh-oh, thumbs down, then absolutely crashes.
That's right. I'd wager that it's also the one that child saw when he was young.
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it is
A
chosen
massive
to make an
whale.
appearance. That whale does not belong to Tivat.
Oh wait, you're
It has traversed the stars.
oh my
all the
gosh.
while. It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial
It's the whole
sea, using
team.
it to grow. That is the main cause for the rising sea levels. And once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained within the sea, its next step will be...
Yes.
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontanians out of Oceanids, she filled their blood vessels with primordial seawater.
Oh!
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontanians nigh impossible to resist.
Oh, so it's a vampire.
Right, Edward.
When it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food. Food in the form of
So,
Fontanians.
how are we going to close that?
Barely managed to push it back, right? In that case,
we got a situation.
target the people again once it's managed to recover its strength.
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. Without him,
Just
the whale
horrible
would have likely
things.
come onto land far sooner. From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
Isn't it funny how Child almost flooded Liyue, but now he's trying to save Fontaine from being flooded.
He learned from his mistake.
From making up for his crimes.
Redemption arc.
Battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special connection with that whale, but we definitely didn't expect it to help us out like this. Anyway, now that we know that this whale is the actual cause of the disaster recorded in the prophecy, all we need to do to stop the prophecy would be to find a way to beat it up.
Beat it up, yeah. What about killing it? What do you mean?
It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. At this point, it has become practically integrated with the sea itself.
So it's just some
Even if the entirety of the wreck were to be
interdimensional,
destroyed, it could still
extra
survive and swim off towards some other
universal beast.
That's not something I will accept.
Yeah, well, sorry,
We've all
Nadia.
done everything we can, and we even found the true culprit. We've come so far. You can't just tell me that the last hurdle is some impossible foe. That's just not fair.
Indeed.
Womp
That's not how
womp.
a grand performance should end.
Womp womp.
I'll fight it to the end. No matter what.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
We can probably do a little something. We've done things.
Prophecy. Yes.
We-
What
we-
has
we-
been prophesied will be fulfilled.
We have.
You may use such things as the history of the future.
After everything, it still turned out like this. We couldn't fight against fate. Wait, what if this is all about fate?
Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part.
Could it be that even if the prophecy will be fulfilled, will still be a way to save everyone? Did I miss something? This is so Danganronpa core. Oh, I tapped out. Wait, I forgot about Furina. What was it that she wanted to say to me at the last moment in the giant magic box? What
How
is
could
her
we just
real
forget
secret?
Furina? Like, genuine question.
One more cutscene? We are being spoiled.
100,000,000 more cutscenes.
What's happening with the aura trees?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
It can do that?
It's going to explode. It's not going to explode.
He's just gone.
Still need answers.
They really like that animation. What?
Yeah! Yeah!
Shut up!
Yeah, I told you this cutscene, this like section of dialogue just does not have an end.
You.
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing. I couldn't help myself.
You are not Furina. Who are you?
Ah, the sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question, I am Focalor. You know, the god.
Focalor. Why did you deceive us?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving the heavenly principles.
Deceiving the heavenly principles.
It's all because of that delicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded. One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria for the uninitiated. It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe, now does it? She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass. And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril. So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in. I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to this confounding conundrum. I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time. I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor. Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans, I dare say she left me quite a colossal mess to clean up. But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand.
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known. After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being. The me you see before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, I named Furina.
What's it with these gods and separating their consciousness from their bodies?
She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she wished. Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess, as were her shortcomings. But in my eyes, Furina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be. Anyway, so then I cursed her. All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive.
So anyway, I cursed her.
Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydra Archon alone, weeping on her throne. In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Furina to be an actress, to play the part of the Hydro Archon in the prophecy. Under the curse I placed on her, so long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness. Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy.
That is fucked up.
All to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass. I suppose now you
Not gonna lie, a lot of these gods are really bad people.
But Furina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being. I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure. It must have been torture for her.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for it. It's been 500 years, and all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
I came into contact with Furina's tears. If I remember correctly, tears often contain a being's strongest emotions. With sufficiently strong hydrosensitivity, I can form an emotional connection, just like I did with that ocean at the fountain of Lucine. Wait, could this be Furina's inner world? Furina, what is she doing on stage? Wait a moment. That probably isn't Furina. That's likely a reflection of her inner self. If I can't directly speak to that self, I might be able to easily get what I wanted to know. Came here for answers. Either way, this opportunity is not to be missed. Let me try talking to her. Oh, Tiggy!
Yeah.
Hello, Furina.
Oh, who permitted you to come onto the stage? Now, I understand your admiration for my august self, but I must ask you to keep to the rules.
Furina?
All right. It is not my intent to reprimand you. There is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not distract me from my performance.
I don't see an audience here.
Oh, do not jest. Can you not feel it? I am Focalor. The eyes of countless Fontanians are upon me. I must, at all times, display the utmost elegance and nobility.
Something's off. There's no getting through to her. Even in her heart of hearts, she's still playing the role of the Hydro Archon. What sort of resolve must she have that even her inner self and subconscious would have such an impenetrable defense? I have to find a way. Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Dear audience, the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon enough.
Stop!
I hate that Hydra thing. It's, oh.
Let's nip that in the bud. And Shroud! Keep up.
Attack Furina instead.
Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards? Wait, where are the guards?
There is no guards.
I'll uproot you!
Oh.
Well.
Hang on. I'll be back in a minute.
Okay. Wow. Okay, well, it's gonna be there. I fucked up. That's all the spotlight turned off. In Furina's heart there, they must have symbolized the eyes of the people on her. Speaking of which, I think I just received some sort of signal. Was that her true voice? A ticket? When did that end up here? Either way, it looks like the show is about to begin. In that case, show me how you truly feel, Furina. Oh, this is cool.
I love it. Scene 1. Before a mirror. Very nice.
Ah, okay, so I am actor.
Yes.
Can you walk faster, please? Thanks.
No.
Furina. Furina.
Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you?
Be not nervous. Be not afraid.
Be not
I am
afraid.
before you.
Wait a moment.
The actor Angel.
Near me? How can this be?
Near you, huh? You know what? That's not bad. Let's go with that.
Mirror me. What do you wish to say?
The prophecy. Have you heard of it?
What prophecy? Wait. I know. I think. I don't know why, but it's in my head somehow. The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Oh, very good. You know it well.
What's going on? I can't seem to remember anything clearly. The only thing I know for sure is this prophecy. Will it really come to pass?
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will come to Fontaine sooner or later. Things will develop just as the prophecy declared. There is no escaping it.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontainian just like them. Will I dissolve too?
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. It is the reason why you met me today. I will tell you how to save everyone, but you may have to suffer somewhat.
Somewhat?
Somewhat, yeah.
So there's still hope after all. Goodness, you frightened me. You spoke so much and with so much certainty. As for the suffering, well, I will admit that the first thing that came to mind was, why do I have to be the one to suffer? But if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? So if I've already met you as my magical meeting in this world, if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side, and my pain on the other, is it not obvious where the scales should tilt?
You truly are the perfect human. My ideal. I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you.
Huh?
Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role. That of the new Archon.
Play as a god?
That's right.
Hello, I am
You
back.
must begin
Hello.
a never-ending masquerade. You must never let anyone suspect your identity. If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But should your identity be revealed, then all hope will be lost.
But how will I do this? A human assuming the role of a god without being exposed.
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. You simply need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Being human yourself,
That
I'm sure
explains a
you
lot.
already know what such an entity would be like. Remember, your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity, but contending against humanity.
I'm still not sure I understand, but I'll try. I'll try to do this. So, how long am I going to have to play this role?
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for many, many years. You will endure and not grow old until your task ends. But I promise you, all will eventually end in a magnificent and dramatic trial, and everyone will be saved.
A trial, huh? How exciting. I'll be looking forward to it.
Hold on, I need to sit up. Okay, I'm role playing.
The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession, but this is my first time facing the people. What should I say to most appear like a god?
Legalize
To be
nuclear
honest,
bombs.
I still don't know.
What?
Perhaps I should first try to act natural.
Summon courage.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and welcome to the Opera Epiclese. I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, I am Furina de Fontaine, your new Archon.
Appear earnest.
In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be my honor to guide you all. As the god Focalor, the god of justice, I shall do all within my power to lead you into an age of fairness and justice.
Close politely.
Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise. The future of Fontaine will require us to work together, after all. This should do it. I thought I might stammer, but thankfully, I was able to convey my thoughts just fine. Okay, and next.
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more assertive.
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's the difference between her and an ordinary person, then?
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just be a Maison-backed puppet.
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting me of being a fake? Oh, this is bad. If I get exposed here, there'll be no saving the people from the prophecy. Right.
Honestly, humans are so weird. Right now they're like, she's so modest. She wants us to bring her suggestions. But if she was like, yeah, I will be now doing this and this and this, and I will not listen to anyone else, they will be like, she's a tyrant.
With a strong sense of presence. One who can
Human when good, God. Human when bad, God. We will never be happy.
Very good, my people. Only one
and such as you are deserving of my rule. Now, I was wondering if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim ownership of this opera house, would the children of Fontaine follow them? Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you are qualified to witness wondrous trials alongside my august self, here in this opera house. You may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was a debut that suited the atmosphere. Now then, let us be reintroduced.
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were
These
inside an
people
opera
are
house?
so stupid.
Yeah.
It's hard to meet a smart Fontanian.
It's also hard to meet a smart French person, so pretty accurate.
Seems I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart my accession speech. My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, I say that justice is most fragrant when it blooms amid sin. The scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its God. On one side, it must carry fairness and justice. And on the other, hoorays and applause. May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let us light the fires and drink to the future of Fontaine. There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is needed is for you, my people, to believe in it, heart and soul. So long as I, the Archon Beaucelor, stand within the Opera Epiclese, so long as I stand before the Oratrice, I shall even judge the gods of this world!
Oh. I see.
We see.
Opera house, Furina. Okay, bed.
Lady Furina, here are today's case reports, as well as a summary of the follow-up for your perusal.
Come now, was I not just at the Opera House in person? Leave these kinds of things to Neuvillette. Besides,
Poor guy.
none of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to the most.
If I may be so impertinent, what kind of trial
Oh, okay, I think I get it.
A
Yeah?
magnificent,
Yeah.
dramatic, and wondrous trial. A trial to end all things.
So she's like basically at every trial hoping that it's the last one.
That's true, I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, Lady Archon.
No need for fright, and do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now, do your duties. The trial I await. It will come one day.
Lady Furina, I don't know
Wow.
for agreeing to see me.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead. Long have you stood in line to meet me, have you not? Oh, I'm afraid that's just an inevitable consequence of my divine charm. All right. Deoteria, is it? How is your son's illness?
You remembered me, and you knew of my family, too. He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I. He was the one who forced me to seek an audience with you, and to bring your words back to him.
Oh, good. Very good. If this should happen again in the future, please do not hesitate to come and tell me. Going down to citizens' homes every so often, while not usual practice, should serve as a fine change of pace.
Oh, you're such a gentle and wise God. Thank you once again, on behalf of my son.
Mm-hmm.
Lady Furina, here are the latest hydrological reports. As for the specific parameters you asked to take note of, I'm afraid things still don't look good.
I see. It's as I thought, then. As your god, I did already expect this, but I wanted to see how far your human wisdom would allow you to analyze it. All manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass. Forget it. That's not something you need to worry about right now.
Well, as I understand it, the Fontaine Research Institute is also trying to find a way to counter the rising water levels.
Really? Have they found anything?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effective solution thus far.
Oh, is that so? Well, no wonder. This issue has reached the realm of the gods, after all. Still, their spirit is praiseworthy.
And then to bed.
GEP.
The day is finally
BP.
over. I haven't had a moment to breathe this whole time. But it's good to see that everything's getting on track. There are no longer any voices of suspicion. Maybe this is fine. I just need to keep going, and everyone will be saved. Alright, Furina, don't think too hard about this. You need rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
Okay. Scene 4.
Lady Furina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases, as well as a summary of the follow-up.
There'll be no need for that. I've seen them already. There's no need to go back over scenes I've witnessed in person before.
Lady Furina, I've waited so long for this chance to see you in this manner.
Indeed, my dear, loyal citizen. This joyous moment is an honor for us both.
Lady Furina, we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near Poisson.
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me informed should anything come up at the Institute.
Big transitions.
Cinema.
Don't think I let anything slip today. I must show the people that there is nothing to worry about. I just don't know when these days will end. I feel utterly exhausted. Best to rest early today, too.
Scene 5. Oh! That's a lot.
It's 500 years, I'm pretty sure.
Lady Furina.
Or like a random day.
It's like a dream being able to speak with you up close like this. I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience with you was Madame Dioteria, almost 20 generations ago.
Oh, that's a lot.
And what a fine fine family yours is indeed. It
She is
brings me
so
great
done.
joy to meet such a faithful believer, a descendant of a line most ardent.
Surely you exaggerate, Lady Furina. My lady?
What is it, good citizen?
Is she crying?
Are you crying? Huh? Oh, really now? I didn't even notice. This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god whose dominion is the waters, can I?
No wonder. No wonder. A manifestation of your power, then. Oh, Archon, I am honored to have witnessed it. Honored indeed.
So interminable. So lonely.
Fun fact about this,
I
from
know.
4.0, you can actually hear it in the fountain.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
Pretty clever.
I heard it myself.
Show must go on for hundreds more. I never imagined that it would hurt so much.
Her voice actress is really good.
Yeah.
Reached my limit. No. Perhaps I reached it long ago. Today I didn't even notice my own tears. I want to tell someone, anyone, about this. But would that not destroy all I've done so far?
Do you think Nouvellette would have,
So
like,
many investigations
told
across
anyone
the
if she told him?
No,
There's not even a sliver of
I mean, I
I
don't think she's supposed to tell him.
all I can do is keep heart. I must maintain this act. It is the only
I think she would have been a lot happier if she just told Nouvellette.
mirror me.
Yeah. But she was told to tell no one, and because she really wanted the prophecy to stop, she'd do anything. And I guess if you look back to her trial, that's why she just broke down and lost it when everyone was saying, "You're not the Archon," because she thought she'd completely failed and all her efforts were for nothing. Which is quite sad.
Furina,
Bless her.
you don't have to shoulder this burden alone.
Oh, look, it's
Although
us.
I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone. Your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
That's my voice. Is this scene from when we were within the giant magic box? This is great. I didn't think that the scene would replay in her inner world. Surely I find
Share
blah blah.
my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone.
They could have just
share it
put
with me.
this voice line in
I'm
when
what
it
you
happened.
call a witness.
No, because you needed to say it.
Yes, I've heard that you came to
You
Teyvat
need
from
to
beyond the
choose,
stars, yes.
I think.
In other words, you
When they're lazy.
never belonged here. And if that is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you?
I see. Cheeky.
If that's the case...
Oh yeah.
He's right. I could confide in him, couldn't I? But if things don't play out as expected, the people of Fontaine will be the ones to pay the price. No, Furina. You shouldn't be selfish. But what if it's really alright? Furina, you've worked so hard for so long. Surely it would be okay to put yourself first for once. Just this once. Is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway? To find someone in whom you can confide your frustrations and sorrows? Surely it could not hurt. If you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, it might never come by again. Think about it long and hard. No, I have nothing to say. I am Furina, the Archon of Fontaine. Everything will surely get better. All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance until the curtains fall.
I was gonna say something, but now I forgot.
Oh.
Oh yeah, I was gonna update on my feelings about Furina.
Yeah.
So I feel bad for her right now as Furina, but I have no sympathy with Fossalor.
Okay, that's fair.
She sucks too. Like, A sucks, Ryan Daughter sucks, Alice sucks in the same way. All of them.
Bad mother figures.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
What's with these Genshin women creating life forms that are conscious and have feelings, and then abandoning them basically and making them suffer?
Don't know.
No, it's just mothers, right?
My mother isn't like that.
Neither's mine.
I know mine isn't either. It's just funny.
Even Furina doesn't know the truth. You've never once let her in on the full plan.
Yeah, and that is so horrible
It
of her.
had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first deceive yourself. She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed to the most tragic fate. It seems that trusting humanity was the right decision after all.
I believe that I understand how your
Not gonna lie, if I
works.
was Furina, I would have killed myself by now.
Yeah.
Is it not?
I think it's also why she did put her hand into the water, because like,
That is the most important.
even if it doesn't work to prove her innocence, she would have just become a puddle of water, and then her whole suffering would be over, I guess.
Yeah.
And she wouldn't have to care anymore.
Yeah.
Ah, good, good. Of course, the Udex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue. I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no
crux
simple
like the
machine.
boat?
Yes?
No, the crux is the fleet.
Its own consciousness.
Learn your
He
facts.
mentioned that he heard a human
The boat is the
voice
all-core.
within the core chamber. It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the machine
I
all
don't
along.
read.
Am I right?
And then I became one with the Oratrice, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it? Alas, your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient depth. In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
I see.
Beg your pardon?
He's shook.
Oh, you have it. And to be more precise,
He's polite,
not
but
only will the
shook.
Oratrice take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been placed. I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Furina suffered?
Yeah.
My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the Oratrice. But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine.
I see.
The vast majority had to be, accumulated to enact this death sentence.
It was all part of your plan then? Both the trial and the sentence?
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontanians for millennia, had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within the oratories. But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established by Celestia, and breaking through the institution that is the Seven.
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Furina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon. The destruction of
So
that
the
divine
throne itself.
If I do not misunderstand your intent, you must be...
Returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course. In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon.
You got new voice lines after the quest too. They were quite nice to listen to. He's so sad.
Oh, what? Getting sad again, are we?
He's so
The
pooky.
authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
All you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
He can't process
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked.
Oh, my heart.
Poor guy.
Hydro Dragon, don't cry. I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Were they not guilty of essentially the same crime? Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principles stole the power you ancient dragons possessed. I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you?
It is.
Speaking of justice,
Holy shit.
I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence itself.
I'm shook.
So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontanians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be Fontaine's original justice. In other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me, justice is the continuation of that existence. Defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on, that should be the justice enthroned over all others. At this point, we, whether it be myself or all other Fontanians, have shouldered the burden of this sin for far too long. Udex Nervillet, the highest judge in our land, when you regain your full power as an elemental sovereign, what verdict shall you pass upon us?
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Udex, I see now that that was your idea too. At last, I now understand the true purpose behind this.
He was invited? Where was he before?
I was uninterested.
Probably just
in human
wandering around.
But these 5 centuries
Very
of living
thinky Kazu
alongside them have gradually brought about mutual
Stop.
understanding between us. And I have even attempted to feel as they feel. You are a devious one, Focalor. Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
Cutscene.
I'm so sad.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this
I
is
like the
one
symbolism
thing
of the
both
sword
gods
hanging
and
above
humans
her.
have in common.
Yeah.
Damn, put those
Farewell,
grippers away.
nurse. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played
We're
these
sad.
500 years.
Look at you! Look at you!
Why?
The music is like just so good.
Good God.
His powers.
Isn't this technically the death of the first playable character?
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah, kinda.
Technically.
I mean, Furina's still alive. And Furina and First Souls are kind of different.
Oh, it's raining buckets.
And the tear running down his face. Oh, it's just so perfect.
I feel horrible.
Ex hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
What's Celestia gonna think about this, though? I don't think they will approve. Oh, oh no.
Value of knowledge.
Stop, Piggy!
You have no.
Value of knowledge is not nice in this sense.
What just happened? Has the death
The fact
sentence
it was
been
all like a
carried out?
millisecond as well.
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection?
Lunny spoke for me in that part in my game.
Since
He was
we're
like,
all
wanna
still
see a
alive and
magic
haven't been
trick?
dissolved, I assume whatever happened was for
Mine
us.
was never that.
Time to end this. We must mete out punishment to that beast.
Massive whale.
I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. Through
Look at
certain
him.
means, I now
So
have the
mean.
ability to separate the power of the primordial sea from that creature. We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry.
You obtain power just now?
Now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice.
You mean me?
The root of the calamities befalling Fontaine. The beast that enacts the prophecy.
Just that.
Its name is the all-devouring narwhal. Come with me, traveler.
It doesn't look like a narwhal, though.
Has come.
That was so badass for no reason. Oh, so mean!
It's time!
It's Piggy!
It's almost time to see my newest wife.
Aita! Hold on. Anyway, what is going
I've
on?
already done my best to separate the power of the primordial sea from the whale.
Oh, I shouldn't have brought
I
Furina.
cannot reach the power source unless we can find a way to attack it from within.
Where is it?
I shall share a part of the ancient dragon's power with you. We shall look for an opening together.
Oh, I thought you got Neverland as a trial. I only assumed I didn't get him because I already had him on my team. Nah, you're just gonna suffer on your
Okay,
own.
so I can attack it.
Turning into hostility.
Now just try and get that like person up.
Wings of darkness, come, sever night from day. Ah. May I
And
Stop it! What? This is horrible. What is it?
You attack it with like any
Furina, get
Fontaine
Furina,
character.
Furina.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not used to her. Normally I have a numero user character on my first slot.
Shelby? I see everything. By royal.
Can't see?
Where is it? I don't like this. This boss is horrible.
Oh, it's gonna. It's about to
Gonna
get
eat
fun.
you. Yum.
Genshin War.
I love this music.
What the fuck is...
Run.
Random bullshit guy at this point.
And Shroud.
The music is sick.
Yeah, I love it. I thought this thing of an electro charge
I
thing
have
was not
granted you
going
my
well.
protection. Do not fear. Seize the moment and use my power to suppress its root from within. Manifest the authority of the ancient dragons. Witness the might of the primordial sea.
Yes, King. You tell him.
I'll uproot you.
I don't understand this
That's it,
stupid
you finished.
fight. It just flopped.
Look at him.
Almost
He
time.
was a fairy.
It's almost time. It's almost time.
For what?
Yes.
Ew.
Gone.
Why?
Watch Kyle.
Why?
Watch Kyle.
It's my way. It's my way.
Kyle.
Even my sister saw that.
It's my way.
Thanks for helping with the cleanup. Been my job, but
Ja, die hat gerade Child durch ein Portal durchgeschleudert.
She like clapped her hands together like it was nothing.
Anyway, her design sucks.
it's just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime. Well, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point, but they bumped into one another earlier than I thought. What a blunder. I suppose I'll have to swing my sword 3 million times as penance.
Your master's pet?
Power. Who are you exactly?
Hyman has an idea. From what she said earlier, she must be Child's master. Skirk, right? It's just that he gave us the impression that she was the less talkative person.
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak.
I'm mad right now, by the way.
You about what?
About her design.
Galaxy Legends are. Sorry.
It really pisses me off. What sort of person would take the all-devouring narwhal as a pet?
I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal. That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much. And I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. The only thing that creature has going for it is its looks. All in all...
That was literally not the line she just said.
Miss Skirk? I think you might have missed the point.
The point being...
Well, being that this pet almost destroyed an entire nation. So what sort of person is your master? Well, Child's master's master. Wait, is that right?
Oh, right. So you don't know him. Sorry, I assumed you did. His name is Sertologi.
Who?
I am unfamiliar with that name.
Huh.
The fowl?
Still nothing? Well, how about the visionary? Vetterfalnir then?
Oh!
Gold Rhine daughter?
I'm
It's not actually gold.
Oh, so you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard all of those names and titles from my master. I don't actually know them either. But I suppose you understand now, yes? My master is likely a similar sort to Rhine daughter. They are both pursuing some form of perfection.
Wait, didn't you also mention a visionary person? Paimon didn't quite catch their name.
Actually, never mind that. I believe it expedient to inform you that the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting you. Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest. As such, the fontaine back on the surface has most likely been thrown into chaos. In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in full swing.
What?
It is natural. After all, the prophecy will surely come true. We knew this and accepted it. However...
Not to worry. Focalor has already managed to deceive the heavenly principles.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Furina will remain, weeping on her throne.
It does look really cool.
This just looks like England every autumn.
Then, will the sins
It's
of
raining
the
right now,
people of
actually.
Fontaine
Still.
be washed away?
Yeah, this is still not good.
No, not really.
Okay, so where's Risey's weird arc when one needs it?
Oh,
Really?
There, I guess.
It's so funny.
It's the speak of the devil, you know?
It
They got
flies!
outvoted.
All hands, initiate emergency
It's
rescue.
steampunk as fuck, I love it.
What the fuck?
Look at him. He's been waiting his whole life for this.
Hey, lend a hand.
I got it all the layers. Another kind.
Remy!
He wants Mimi.
He's strong. What the fuck? What in
How are they
mermaid?
breathing?
Look, the water's receding.
Is it?
How did the water pressure not fill their ears?
It's a miracle!
Water's receding.
We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong. The prophecy was wrong.
Are you alright?
We're saved. The prophecy was wrong.
It was wrong.
Was it wrong, or did Nuvilet just absolve them of the sin?
Well, I think they think it was wrong because
Yeah, but
nobody really
no,
saw
I
Nuvilet
want to know
do
if
that.
it was wrong, or if not, if what they think. I want to know if it was wrong.
The Spirity Rasula talks post-disaster
I'd
rebuilding.
assume not.
I recently visited Poisson to meet with Miss Navia, spokesperson of the Spirity Rasula, and we spoke about Poisson's present and future. Old soil can still give birth to new bloom, Miss Navia stated. Hope is like seeing a small cookie when you're starving late at night. You just need a little of it.
What the fuck?
Skyship Winglet, Boomer Brain of the Fontaine Research Institute. The various disputes that have arisen on account of Mr. Edwin have suddenly become a shield over the Institute.
This feels like the end of a movie.
It's
Yeah.
supposed to be.
Always call the first researcher mad, but few know what
Oh,
to call the second.
people waving at the end.
Should that latter person achieve a miracle, they would find it all the harder to find a word with which to classify him and his
This act alone was movie length. Longer than.
It's longer than a movie. It's a French
Yeah.
movie.
They sound like real big shots.
Oh, he's happy.
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The Steambird's idea was pretty simple. With the disaster just having passed, we would print a free edition packed to the margins with good news to calm people down.
Oh, the
value for
amounts
these
of
big
water
scoops lies
damage.
in their inevitable follow-ups. We'll publish further reports and go into the stories behind those people. Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a true flying ship, while Navia is leading people in the reconstruction of their home. I'm sure that these stories could draw even your well-traveled eye.
The articles do make me curious about how things will play out.
Curious too. Wait a minute. Didn't we watch everything happen from start to finish? What's there to be curious about?
And that's exactly why I'd like you to come conduct interviews with me. You're the best incubators of news, if you haven't noticed. And also, with you around, I'm sure I'll get to see that Duke.
Are you sure? Hasn't he turned you down several times already?
Oh, this time will be different. Come on, let's head to Poisson first, and then make a trip to the fortress. There are some things you'll only know when you get there.
But anyways, what are like your thoughts so far?
I guess I can talk a bit while I walk there. Basically, I'm kind of disappointed. Like, so far, my favorite Archon quest is probably the last act of Sumeru. This one just isn't, I don't know, I don't feel as connected to it. Like,
I mean, I think the story was fun, but the play style wasn't that fun.
I don't know. Like, the first act of Fontaine is probably one of my favorites of all time because of how new and fresh it was. But
like a breath of fresh air.
Yeah, because it had like a lot of mechanics that were like improvements on already existing ones in Sumeru, which were kind of ass. But overall, I felt more connected to the Sumeru story. Like by the
Also,
point, by the point of the last act of Sumeru, I loved Nahida. I wanted only the best for her. I was rooting for even Scaramouche. I felt so connected to Sino and Tinari and Dia and so on and on. And even like NPCs like Dunyazad and stuff. But here, I don't actually feel particularly strongly for most of the characters. I don't know why.
But I think it's also like burnout.
The thing is, I don't feel burnout from Genshin at all. I know what Genshin burnout is like. I had it before. It was like 2 or 3 months I didn't play Genshin a lot in like 2021, I think, because I was burned out.
I think I remember that.
Yeah, but I haven't felt that anymore
Don't be afraid
a lot, or like, I don't know, because Genshin was always an escape for me, but when I was feeling burnout, I was just very depressed, so, but then there was, I don't know, something ignited my love for Genshin again. It might have been after the, Zuma line, some of the events that were amazing. Then Sumeru was just peak. And Fontaine Act 1 was also peak. And then the second one was alright. The third I thought was very boring. The fourth was alright too. And this one, I don't know, it's kind of disappointing as a finale so far.
I get that.
Anyway.
I mean, I was a fan of this one. I actually read this one. I read this one. Can you believe it?
Maybe
every word, I read it.
Maybe you also liked it because you read it.
Like,
you weren't as invested in the other ones.
I don't feel connection to the characters, just like you. I'm not really a big fan of the Fontaine characters so far, but I just liked the plot. It was fun.
Yeah, it was different.
Like the plot twist and everything. It felt like reading a good fanfic, you know?
It was probably also because we're both fans of, like, Danganronpa-esque stories. And the trials were, like, very fresh.
Danganronpa moment.
Yeah, it might be that too.
Oh god, this throws me back to 2017.
For me, it's 2020. It's not the best.
I was like...
I freshly came out of
Danganronpa brings everyone together.
I freshly came out of Danganronpa into Genshin, so... It just replaced something in me. Anyway, I want to hear what Navia has to say. And then I will probably think for a couple minutes about it and then...
Oh, it's you.
Tell my feelings about it.
Here?
Hey, we're just having a look around.
I'm here to update myself on how things are going here. Oh, the Fatui are here too.
Let me introduce you.
Is just this one man.
He represented the Knave in sending us a large amount of supplies, and is helping with our work.
Yeah, what's the Knave?
Work as well. Thanks to everyone.
What's she?
Nicely. We've lost a lot of people.
What?
We're moving forward.
I want to know where she is.
Hello, Miss Charlotte. I'm a big fan of yours. I especially like that article you wrote last year about Fontaine's stray cats.
Aww.
But if you don't mind, could you not emphasize our role too much in your report? It's not charity we're doing here. We just happen to share the same interests as the Spina.
I get where you're coming from. Keep it as simple as possible. Or would you be willing to feature as friendly neighbors?
That would be fine. Thanks.
Oh,
is this the equivalent of Russian propaganda?
Finish laying down the construction materials. It'll be another hour before the workers are able to go over there.
Huh? You're here too, Clarence?
Well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole duel business with Miss Furina. So she's here in Poisson to wait out the heat. All right. She really came here to help me out.
Why wouldn't you just say that?
The reconstruction of Poisson. The Spina has need of more decision makers. And, well, I do already happen to be connected to Mr. Callis.
Wait just a moment. Do you mind me asking a few questions?
Can you hear
the
like,
duel?
hammering?
It was like facing down a god. There's lots of exciting material there.
The what?
Forget it. I'm sure you can find a better theme than that, Miss Charlotte.
I see you're the same as always. Couldn't you do me a favor, for Navia's sake?
Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake, you might as well just take a few more photos of me. Or of the Traveler.
I don't want any photos
taken
taken of me.
Time persuading Chlorand at any rate.
Of course I will. I'm not gonna let him off that easy. All right, then everyone wants to be in the photo, gather up and smile.
At least he's smiling.
Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture. Alright, hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more shots. Alright, that should do it. I'll be back here later anyway, so let's call it a day.
Few more shots and snaps enough to
You're
make a
very
whole stop motion film.
To the news, and freshness is the key. Also, not to brag, but I'm pretty good at building connections. Who knows? I might eventually get that interview with you after all, Miss Clarand. Wow, you really do have that never say die spirit. I'm impressed.
I think she's annoying,
I'll hazard
honestly.
a guess that this is how you got that interview at the Fortress of Maripede.
You already knew she was going?
Well, you're well informed. Let me make a guess too.
Yeah, I also don't
asked
like
Signy,
Charlotte.
who told Monsieur Nervillette, and he told
Monsieur
me, right?
Novelette.
That's a very complete information chain.
Monsieur.
All Monsieur Neuvillette asked me was, when did the fortress become so friendly towards the media? I told him that it was best not to speak too soon. There's no guarantee that Ridesley will make a personal appearance.
You're right. I've got to treasure every moment I have with them. In which case, I'll be making a move first.
Stay safe now. And tell me if you hear anything interesting. I'll treat you to afternoon tea in exchange.
What are your thoughts on clans?
Here again, huh? There's a real nostalgic feeling
Ooh.
to this place.
Bubblehead woman! I'm trying to
Corinne!
sound French and failing. I'm trying to sound French and failing.
I think she's fun. I like her. Yeah, that's about it.
It's a win.
Looks like you've been missing us.
Oh, Risley.
Oh my god! Getting on my knees right now, unzipping his pants.
Stop.
I'm here to welcome you and our dear Miss Charlotte, whom our good head nurse recommended to me.
It's an honor to finally meet the much-rumored Duke. Thank you for consenting to my visit to the fortress, sir.
No need to thank me. But that said, I shouldn't be the focus of your interview. I trust you recall
Wait,
our
can I
agreement?
tell you something about Risley's past design now that he's out?
One eternity later.
Of course, of course.
She will not
All
keep
right
to the
then.
agreement.
This way.
Hey, no need to be so nervous. I've already taken all the photos we need. Miss Charlotte,
The police
pictures really
people
need to be
taking my
published on the
mugshot be
cover of
like.
Skinbird?
It would seem that Miss Lorvine doesn't want her face to appear beside that of Mr. Jurier.
Sir, please don't say things like that.
But it looks like dear Mr.
Looks like he's
Jurier
wearing
denies it.
demonias.
Might this interview be
I
very
know I
important
like
to
his
you, then?
demonias so
No,
much.
I just... This is my first time being interviewed,
He could
and
stomp
I'm
my
very thankful to
skull
the
with it.
Skinbird for...
Now, I might not look it, but I actually did meet Mr. Edwin once. And I'll be honest, I enjoyed chatting with you more.
Edwin
Definitely got more of
sucks.
that genius vibe
Shut
going
up,
on.
John.
The boat that brought about a miracle, the ark that saved the people. Why, you recreated a myth back there, like an emissary of legend.
Charlotte makes me feel violent.
Yes, she makes me very annoyed.
Looks like Charlotte's trying to get herself another exclusive scoop.
I have to apologize.
When I
but that
played
ship
through
is
the
presently
quest,
in the
I was
bowels of our
imagining me just
afraid it won't be
body
easy for you to
slamming
get a
her
shot
into the ground.
I wish she wasn't
Well,
as
then
much
that
in it.
case, could I have an interview with you to make up for that loss?
Need to give
she
her a
just-
healthy dose of
You already
trauma
know
to
my
calm
answer,
down that
Best
personality.
to interview
The
our
thing
head
is,
nurse instead.
she would be
Or perhaps you'd like to take another
tolerable
photo
if she
of this
just
couple
could
of
take no
researchers?
for an answer. That's what annoys me the most about her. She's just so damn insistent.
And boundaries.
Yeah.
Did you really have to use the word couple? Well, then, 2 solo photos will do.
Is my hair messed up? Please, someone help me have a look.
Things sure are getting pretty lively here. We've seen this kind of thing before. Oh, seems like everyone's here. Would any of you like to try this new drink I came up with?
Ah, Sigeween.
Hey, Miss Charlotte. Why don't you, take some pretty photos of our head nurse? Hmm? Sure. Come on, Miss
Oh,
Sigeween.
this is
Over
gonna
this
be
way.
a cute scene soon.
Sure. Do I have to smile?
If you just look at Sigeween in the background, it's gonna be kind of cute. At least I found it cute.
Same old, as you can see. Fontaine's undergone some changes, but this place is still more or less the same.
Other than that flying ship, it got a tad too much attention, I think.
That's why I decided to let the interview go through. We should direct more public opinions toward the behind-the-scenes heroes. Am I right, Mr. Jurrier? Miss Lurvine?
You're too kind, sir. I believe that you too should have your day in the sun. Not that you would want that, which is a pity.
I'll just leave the spotlight to you two. I see. Lots of things happened that day, huh? Anyway, regarding that Harbinger, I'm not sure you remember, but his 3 young followers are still waiting for his return.
He sure did win them over, huh?
I'll tell them that there's good news and bad news. The good being that their boss seems fine, and the bad being that they must face extended sentences for abetting his escape.
Oh, actually, what about you? Are things gonna change for you too?
What change can there be? The fortress will keep chugging along, and so will my duties. As to what Miss Furina's departure will mean for the nation, and if our laws and governance will be transformed, we'll leave those to the folks in the overworld.
Hey everyone, the photo shoot's done.
Good. In that case, let's call it a day here.
Thanks for your cooperation. Come on, Traveler, let's go. Till next time, everyone.
There'll be a next time?
Maybe. Who knows? I might write a story about the underwater factory next time. Until then.
Ooh, a Sumeru ship.
It is the first time you've noticed that ship there.
Is it? And I don't come here often.
Hey.
Navia mentioned that she stayed in touch with Linny and the others after working together. Apparently, they've been at the docks distributing these strange pockets the whole time since.
Oh yeah.
Traveler, Paimon. Ah, and Miss Charlotte too.
Would you like a magic pocket?
What sort of gadget is it?
It's a wondrous bag that can be used to carry many things. The water level has returned to normal, but if you see any of your things floating around, you can use this to carry them. Or
This
you could
part
trick a
of the
friend into
plot
doing it.
reminded me of Mice and Men.
I wonder which of my friends would fall
Why?
for that.
Wait, have you finished it?
You could just make a friend like Fremine here. Isn't that right?
Of Mice and Men? Like, definitely.
Yeah, yeah.
It's so,
Is this what you meant by, I'll help you make some more friends?
To be honest, that sounds pretty sweet. Could I have your contact, please?
Sure. Please, write down my
Bro's
address.
hesitating so bad. Nobody wants to be near Charlotte.
He was the one who proposed doing this. He even wants to assist in our magic shows.
Sounds like that would suit him.
Yes, I was planning to first introduce Per as an assistant, and later Fremine himself. In the future, I think we can leave underwater escape magic to him too.
That said, would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
I would. Because it's
Oh,
Remy.
it'll work out. Every journey begins with the first step. He'll become a part of our show eventually.
Lynette, could you come over? Miss Charlotte says she wants to take a picture of us.
Got it.
My, that Charlotte is rather perceptive. She got rid of everyone the moment she realized I had something to say to you. So, how have things been, Traveler?
I'm doing alright.
Father says that you did a great deal during the latest events. She's very grateful for your contributions to Fontaine.
That's alright. We were more than happy to help.
I'm low-key starting to simp for Lenny.
Oh, I guess you haven't heard. Well,
I'm low-key starting to simp for Lenny.
Lenny is amazing.
He has some charm.
He's so charming.
Has some charm.
He makes me shy.
Just because he has some charm.
He has a riz. And he's so nice.
He is the Rizzler of Genshin Impact.
He's so nice and he's
I feel
so charming. Ugh.
after Lady
I feel like this should be Kazuha and Lenny Riz club
which
now.
he gave Fontaine's gnosis to her as a diplomatic gift.
Dang.
Yes, I was quite surprised at first myself. But when
For
I thought it
shits and
over, there were
giggles.
Honestly,
actually a
we're
number of
not
things
doing
going.
anything to
It could have been done as an
like
apology for the incident with Lord Child,
stop the
or as
Fatui
thanks
from
for
getting
his
all the
help in tying the
noses.
all-devouring narwhal down. Furthermore,
Yeah, it reminds me
Father
of like
did
the
also
quest
lend
where they said,
significant aid
oh,
to
they're gonna
Fontaine
build a
and Gazza.
massive monster out of this. And I was like, damn.
Gnosis we're talking about. Doesn't this seem a bit irresponsible?
I would agree, but I've also heard that it seems that Monsieur Nervulette has had a significant change of heart regarding the matter.
Nervulette.
There is no R in that stupid name. I don't know where they
suspect
get
you'll
it
have to ask him
from.
about that yourself. Ah, yes, speaking of which, I did see him strolling around the entrance to the Fortress of Meripede a while back.
Isn't he real busy and stuff? Paimon didn't think he'd have the time for that. But back to the topic. The gnosis was given to the knave, right?
What about Child?
They say that he's returned to Snezhnaya to recover from his wounds. I hear that the recent disaster really did a number on his health.
Yeah, we're probably gonna see him only in Snezhnaya again. Well, I guess I can now call him one of my war buddies.
Just
So
another
shocked
reason
by
to wait
such
for
a simple
Snezhnaya.
switching of sides?
Oh.
Father.
Daddy.
Well, what do you know? Come to the docks to see how my children are doing and meet the traveler.
They want her
Please
carnally.
do not pay the patients in Fontaine too much mind. I would have done them regardless.
Her pants are amazing.
The gnosis back to Snezhnaya?
They're about to take them off.
Harbingers, yes. Don't be too preoccupied with signs. The goal of the Fatui concerns not a single place or person, but the entire world. With such a grand goal in mind, it is
I love
inevitable that we must wear many masks.
insane women.
Switching my masks is something I've always done.
Will you keep to your position?
Well, that depends on many things. No one truly knows what the future holds. What good is honesty if you can't rely on it forever? As for you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration. Good things cannot be achieved alone, and you've proved yourselves to be great partners.
Actually, I just remembered something. Please help us deliver this.
A vision? All right. I'll remember to return it. Thank you for keeping it safe for him this entire time.
Oh, right.
Alright, we have the vision.
Huh? You're... Greetings, Miss Journalist.
Hello. If I'm not mistaken, there are diplomatic channels I'll need to report to take a photo of you.
That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like about our dear magicians and our upcoming rookie talent.
I will.
The sea breeze is quite pleasant. I shall continue my walk while the weather remains so agreeable. Farewell.
Farewell,
Bye.
Father.
I wish I could be her trophy husband that would take that
presents.
walk with
I
her.
didn't even dare to take a picture. Thankfully, I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled interviews. Thank you all. This'll be more than enough for me to write about, I'm sure.
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take a magic pocket before you go? Here, Traveler, Paimon, you take one too.
To move things about?
That's right. Funny. I was giving out magic pockets when we first met too. And what do you know? I'm doing the exact same thing right now. So many things have happened, but the pockets are still the pockets. I guess this must be life. We will all follow our own paths, and serendipity will lead you to your fated friends. All right then. We'll be handing out pockets in some other districts later, so we'll get going now. Have a good day, you two.
Bye-bye. Finally.
So, you really are here, Neuvillette. Paimon didn't think you were going to have free time this hour of the day.
Really? Oh, I suppose you must have met Mr. Linney. He took the time to greet me earlier when he passed this way. In any case, you came at a good time. I was just considering reaching out to you to set up a meeting, so I may explain some things that I haven't had the time to before.
Aw, Paimon's glad that you remembered. Thank you for keeping us on your mind, what with you being busy and all. Alright, let's have it then.
Hypothetically, now that the Hydro Archon, doesn't and can't exist, is it the 6 now?
I guess. Do the others
Damn.
know? Does Venti know? does the Raiden Shogun know?
You get voice lines about Furina after this, so...
It is strange how words can often leave a bitter
So
taste
basically,
in the
if there
mouth
is
when it
no
finally comes time to say
Archon,
them out loud.
is Neuvillette like now the sovereign again, or are they just like a nation without an Archon now?
I think he's like the representative now, but he's not the Archon.
Because we've seen
He's
what
kind of like the
happens
one
when
in
there is no
charge.
Archon.
He's the one in charge, but he's not the Archon. He's kind of like, he kind of replaced the role with a different role.
I guess.
But he's not an Archon, definitely. I saw people calling him the new Hydro Archon, and it pissed me off so much.
He is not an Archon. If anything, he's just become the sovereign, like a Hydro Dragon sovereign again. Like he is supposed to be. That's all that happened. No?
Pretty much.
Divine throne of the Hydro Archon and restored your power to you, transforming you into a fully fledged elemental dragon sovereign. But Paimon still doesn't quite get what you did to save the Fontanians from dissolving.
For me, the authority of the ancient dragons refers to absolute control over the hydro element. Fontanians were incomplete humans born of Egeria's use of the power of the primordial sea, with constitutions similar to that of mimics. But so long as those primordial energies remain within them, I could use the ancient dragon's authority to grant them true blood. The fashion in which life was first brought into being on this planet.
I
In
see.
other words, when I gave my verdict, Fontanians became true humans, and thus would naturally no longer be dissolved by water from the primordial sea.
Ursula must have counted on you to make that decision as well. Your verdict was the key to making the prophecy appear to have come true while saving everyone.
You could say that it was at that moment that the Fontanians were finally truly born.
Speaking, Ursula finally managed to fulfill the original Hydro Archon's wish to turn turn Oceanids into real people too.
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Okay, let's start. This is my favorite part of every Archon quest. About the initial verdict that was passed on
I have
Child.
investigated his case along many avenues, and I have learned that he once fell into an unknown chasm when he was young. There, by chance, he awakened the all-devouring narwhal. But whether it be by sentiment or reason, that should not have been enough to consider him the root cause of the disaster. At most, he would have had tangential liability. As for the judgment passed by the Oratrice during the trial, whether it was due to that liability by association, or Focalor deliberately using him to buy time for us on the assumption that he would be able to hold the creature off, I cannot say.
Guess Focalor had Fontanians in mind the whole time. In the end, it was thanks to her that they finally became real humans. Hang on a second. Paimon suddenly got another question. Back when Fontanians hadn't yet become real humans, were the children they had also transformed Oceanids?
Yeah,
There we go.
Life has always flowed like water. Do you recall how Fontanians would often come to the Fountain of Lucine to pray for children?
Oh.
Yeah, Lynette said the fountain is where all the waters in Fontaine converge.
In truth, even those couples did not know that such prayers were no mere custom, but instead a form of ritual. Those Oceanids who were blessed within the spring water would later descend as new humans in the coming months.
Imagine being dared to go pray there as a prank.
And then you're suddenly pregnant.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
About Fontaine's future. Where did she go?
Ah, Lady Furina. The people are only aware that her death sentence has not been carried out. She abdicated the post of Hydro Archon and left affairs related to that title to me, before leaving the Opera House. I related Focalor's words to her faithfully and completely. After hearing them, she seemed neither saddened nor comforted. She simply said that she was tired and needed to rest. Having said that, she then packed her things and moved out of the Opera House, not unlike how an ordinary person might.
But she's still got a place to stay, right?
You need not worry. I will make arrangements to ensure that she will not want for food, clothing, board, or travel. In truth, I am somewhat happy for her. The wear and tear on her spirit will, of course, take time to heal. But now that she no longer
I don't think it'll ever heal, fair.
She could join
finally lay down her burdens.
Skara and Kazuha in their wanderings, I guess.
What are your plans now that you've regained your full powers as the Hydro Dragon?
After Focalor passed on, the Oratrice also ceased to function. This matter will directly affect our trials. After much careful consideration, I've decided to take over its role in our courts. From now on, I shall hear cases and pass verdicts by myself.
Looks like you're still considering stuff from the perspective of the Udex, huh?
As an elemental dragon, there are indeed many things that I must do. But this power and this duty, in a manner of speaking, you could say that both were granted to me. As such, before I attend to my other responsibilities, I must first and foremost continue to serve Fontaine as its highest judge. The duty of the Hydro Sovereign and the duty of the Udex shall coexist within my person. Additionally, the Hydro Archon's departure has brought about another problem, which is that the Opera House shall no longer produce indemnitium.
That's true. That power was derived from the people's faith in the Hydro Archon, wasn't it? Wait, but the various mechs and machines in the city are all still okay. Where are they getting their energy from?
As I am now, I have full command over New Musia, and it can serve as a complete substitute. Another reason why I cannot quite leave Fontaine immediately.
Wow. This ancient dragon's authority stuff is really quite useful, huh?
Yeah.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
The Gnosis.
Oh, that's right! They say you've given it to the knave as a diplomatic gift or something!
Leaving aside their intentionality, the two Fatui Harbingers have indeed done much for us during this crisis. Their sole remaining goal in Fontaine, at least at this point, would seem to be the Gnosis. The Oratrice has ceased to function, The Hydro Archon's divine throne is now no more, and I do not need the Gnosis' power. As such, it has lost all meaning for Fontaine. If the Fatui have impure designs, we might as well accede to their request now, and avoid unnecessary conflict.
What complicated considerations? I thought you were just giving it to them out of gratitude to the knave and as an apology to Child.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Next stop of my
You'll soon
journey.
be heading to Natlan, I presume.
Yes, baby!
I'm afraid that I have little talent as a travel guide, so all I can do is tell you what I know about that land.
That is completely
As
fine.
far as I'm aware, Natlan can be said to be a nation of dragons.
Every man's gonna have 2 dicks.
No, I expect that I would not
Whoa.
find myself welcome there. Unlike ancient dragons such as myself, the dragons of Natlan have undergone long years of development and evolution. Large numbers of them have entered a form of
Wish
coexistence
at
with
people.
humanity. Natlan is also the nation of war. War ravages those lands like an undying flame. There is one other piece of information I got incidentally from my negotiations with the knave that I believe may be useful to you. The harbinger known as the Captain has thrown his hat into the endless ring of war.
I just thought of a question.
Yes?
I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going to Natlan. In the meantime, Fontaine's doors will always be open to you.
Cool.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Thank you. Oh.
Still got a question about the Gnosis. When we spoke to Lenny earlier, he mentioned that your attitude towards giving away the Gnosis had clearly changed. We guessed that there might be some reason for it that only you were aware of.
No wonder the House of the Hearth is the Fatui's intelligence division. They are certainly sharp.
They are so
So
smart.
regarding this specific issue, I was just getting ready to share something with you.
What is it?
In truth, I exchanged some further words with that lady named Skirk after sending you two back to the surface. It went something like this.
Well, we're going to head topside to see what's going on. You hurry over soon as well, alright, Nervalet?
Wow!
What next?
The all-devouring narwhal isn't here, so I'm no longer getting any interference. I can finally catch the scent of your power, what it's made of. It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons, but with something very similar to a god's curse mixed in. It's quite a novel blend. I'm sure I've encountered something like this before. What was it
Me
again?
I do not know what you speak of.
sipping some of my coffee. It's quite a novel blend.
You should have the remains of the third descender on your person, yes?
Third
Remains?
descender?
I've never heard of any such thing.
According to your parlance, I believe it may be called a gnosis.
Well, that much is true. After Focalor's divinity faded, she handed her gnosis to me. But I fear I have never heard of it described in the manner that you just did.
I've been training with my master, the Foul, ever since I was young, and I have never returned to the surface since. So most of the information I possess, I got from him.
Who
It
is
only
your
natural
master?
for those who are greater than humanity to possess a different sort of common sense.
I can't wait to watch
Which is why there are so many
theory
problems
videos
in our
on
attempts
this.
to communicate with humans. Regardless, you should probably get rid of objects of misfortune to prevent any disasters from befalling you. To live in itself is a blessing. But once a person dies, the bonds he once had with this world shall all turn to curses.
What do you mean by that?
No need to fret. These are just my personal thoughts. And my reason for no longer wishing to return to the surface.
This third descender you refer to, who are they? And when did they die?
Master never mentioned them to me. Perhaps it just
Kinda like
wasn't
her
that important for me
eyelashes.
to know.
I like her
If you're anxious to
eyes.
know, I could ask him.
That's all about it,
I'll be
though.
sure to pass the answer on to you next time.
Next time? You believe we will meet again?
I do. Wait. I have a disciple of my own, don't I? He can be the messenger then.
Child moment.
That's what she told me. Whether it would prove useful or not, I wanted to pass that information on to you.
The remains of the third descender? So that's what the no-sees actually are. Paimon just thought they looked like chess pieces. How could they be a person's remains?
All the same, assuming that there was no
One limb in each
misunderstanding or
one, you
special
know?
metaphor at play.
Whoa.
That is what she meant to say.
And she said that it would bring misfortune and that you should check it, which is why you gave it to the Fatui.
If she speaks the truth, then I would
Ah,
simply
wait,
be
so
putting
if it's
Frontier at
remains,
unnecessary risk by keeping it
is
here.
the Sarita trying to resurrect someone?
Whoa, I just had a brain thought.
What was your brain thought?
I had a brain thought. Sarita, goddess of love, if she's collecting all like the remnants of this one descender dude, maybe they had some like romantic relationship or something.
Maybe.
Brain sharp moment.
I am the fourth descender. For me, this information means two things. One, that the no-sees are related to descenders, and two, that the one who came before me has already died.
I guessed that you might already be familiar with this concept, but I did not expect you to be one of them. That means that the no-sees, which are exceedingly element-compatible and can even enhance elemental abilities, do indeed come from the third descender. I wonder, does your body also possess similar properties?
That would make so much sense.
Use elemental powers without a vision. That does sort of count as special compatibility.
Wait.
No, let's not think about this stuff right now.
No, let's think about it, Paimon.
Comparing the Traveler to the dead third descender and all.
Okay, I won't die, I guess.
Once Child recovers, let's get some more answers out of him. Or go look for his master and get the answers that way.
No matter where we go, we always come back to Child.
Child impact.
The same is true of being at court.
Alright. Whatever the case, it seems like the crisis here in Fontaine's over for now.
Yes.
For now.
All of Focalor's efforts were for this moment as well.
But she sacrificed herself in the end as a god, and she suffered through all those years as a human. Was that really what she wanted?
And I read human as Batman.
God's will.
Can you understand the will of the
I
gods?
suspect not. But once in a while, I too would guess that if wishes were like the clouds in the sky, they will one day return to the earth as raindrops. Life flows like water, and rain is the final answer. The water levels may sometimes tilt one way or another, but the rain falls fairly upon all. And what, ultimately, is the difference between the rains that fall upon all of us?
Man, this feels like the end of an era. It kind of is.
It kind of is.
Yeah. So, let's talk about
things
this.
happened. I mean, Dainsleif did say at some point that the Fatui want to, like, turn the no-seas into some type of, like, monster machine, so it's kind of, are they gonna, like, modify the remnants or something?
Did they? When did they say that?
I think it was, like, one of the Dainsleif story quests.
Wasn't that about the Abyss
Like,
Order?
I clearly remember this happening.
Wasn't that about the
clearly
Abyss?
remember this happening.
I'm pretty sure it was about the Abyss, though.
Don't be afraid to make
About them
mistakes.
wanting to make a
It's all part of the
mechanized
learning
god.
process.
But still, it's pretty interesting. Imagine resurrecting your long-dead lover as a massive war machine. Wouldn't that be cool as fuck?
It doesn't have to be a lover, though.
Yeah, but still, it's just a theory.
Because, like, it might be like a sibling or a parent or something, because more than anything, Genshin is about family. Like, we're looking for our sibling, then there's Lynette Fremine, then
the
A and her
shitload of
twin,
fatherless people.
A and her twin, Diluc and Kaya. Who else? There's a lot of like sibling pairs that are very, or like parent and child relationships, like kind of Nahida and Ruka Devata, or Scaramouche and A. You get what I mean. I don't know, it feels weird. Maybe it's by design.
I mean, I think it is supposed to be a bit unsettling.